No scatters. That's what I like to hear. Very well sniped. All right. Oh, God. Thank you, Darkcore. Appreciate the 18 months. Euristia, thank you for the 3. Amaterasu, thank you for the 16. We got a golden Kappa train right off the bat. All right, that is gonna surely gonna enable me to speak freely while the yep, no, exactly, yep. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Welcome back. I'm glad to be back. It's been a while. It has been a while. I hope you guys had a good weekend as well. I mean, for those I met at YCS Bologna, of course, I know you guys probably had a good weekend at the YCS, but I hope everyone had an enjoyable weekend. Yeah, I'm finally back. I've been traveling on Monday the entire day, so I was very tired yesterday, so I skipped yesterday's stream. But today we're back, and we can talk about all of it. We've got a lot of things to cover today. We can talk about YCS Bologna a little bit. We can talk about obviously the deck that I played and how it came to or how we found it or how it came into existence, all that kind of stuff. But first of all, thank you so much, everyone. Loimas, thank you for the 12 months, the full year. Chris, thank you for the gift sub. Invoker, thank you for the 21. Starfit Wood, thank you for the 15. What Trick, thank you for the 20. Raw I'm a Dinosaur, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate you so much. Tumo7, thank you for the Prime, and X10 Maple, thank you for the Prime. All right, I gotta go double time on these. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I tried my best. Look, I tried my best to go back to back. It didn't quite work, but that's okay. It can't always work, you know. I genuinely felt like this year for this YCS we came as well prepared as we could have. I don't think the deck should have or could have been any better, and if it's not quite enough, then that's okay. All right. Molly Mock, thank you for the 25 months. Yeah, the venue situation on Friday was something else. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and do something I haven't done in a week, which is friggin' break a world record in Card Guesser before we talk about everything. Oh, I just closed my Twitch window. Phenomenal. Give me one moment. I misclicked. Tierament Enjoyer, thank you for the 3 months. I will check it, yes. And Munchie, thank you for the 9. Crossover format is something that we will have to talk about at some point, and I'm also trying to make a remote duel stream happening this week, where the whole gimmick is going to be, because I have the cards in Japanese, right? I have the what's it called? The cards in Japanese for Ryzeal and Maliss already. So I'm trying to think if we can make a stream happen where you guys play some of the current meta decks, right? Like I'll look for someone in chat who has Snake Eyes, one who has Yubel, one who has Centurion, maybe one who has, like, I don't know, the Fiendsmith deck or something. and then we play like Ryzeal into each of those decks just to get a feel on how that works, right? Like, I think that could be a fun idea. I'll have to see if we can make it work until tomorrow. I might ask you guys in the Discord later who would be up to do that tomorrow and who has those decks. Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I am low on time in regards to this kind of thing. Like the last couple of weeks and also the next couple of weeks have been and will be very, very packed for me. Like I've been very caught up with like YCS preparations for Bologna, but then I also I traveled to Berlin to film with the card market guys and all that kind of stuff. Like it's been very full. And now I'm realizing like I'm leaving for YCS Anaheim in literally 1 week. Like next week, Wednesday, I'll be gone for YCS Anaheim. And I'm realizing like, damn, I need to like prepare for that YCS as well, which is an entirely new format and all that kind of stuff. So like, yeah, it is stressful. And once again, yeah, next week we're gonna have to like take another week off streaming, which is unfortunate because I'm gone for a week for Anaheim. But it is what it is. We're gonna have to make do. So like I'm gonna try to put as much of my YCS Anaheim preparation like in stream, because like literally I haven't done much learning of Maliss and Ryzeal yet because I was so focused on Bologna. So like we're gonna do a little bit of that on stream together. Yeah, Anaheim is post crossover breakers. It is post crossover breakers. Dude, let's just all assemble for a moment and we just do the card guesser together so we can talk about all that stuff when everyone's here. All right, let's begin. X Crazy, thank you so much for the 30 months, and Komui-san, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you guys. This feels familiar. This is this? Yeah. This is Wind Up Rat. That reminds me of my Challenger Cup final, the last one. I do not want to be reminded of that. I think this is a Bitron or Armored Bitron. Maybe it's not. Armored Bitron. Okay. Arcanum Dragon, thank you for the 14. Julia, thank you for the 5. Saturn, thank you for the 23. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Crawler Soma. 6-3 is not that bad with that dice roll ratio. Come on, it's not too bad. Don't be too hard on yourself. I feel like this gives me Fallen Angel of Roses or something vibes, but I think it's a spell trap. Oh no, that's Adrius and Tiras. Double black. Okay. I feel like this is a number monster. And I feel like that because there's a number on it. Hyuk. Not a thing. Utu. Uyuk. All right, that was not worth it. I should have just skipped it. I spent 40 seconds on that. Wait, is that Armored Bitron again? It is. Okay, more Armored Bitrons. This is the slushy. This is Samsara Dragon? No. Honan Pulse Dragon. That one. I knew it was a level 4 synchro. Yeah, I think they were both level 4 synchros. I do not know. Nope, I do not know. Mistrick Holder. All right, no shot. Is that Lightning Storm? No. Armed Dragon Lightning. Nope. All right, look, there's way too many cards that look kind of like this, all right? Whatever, man. Thunder Speed Summon, all right. Tiger Axe. Amazoness. Yeah. Spiritualist? No, I don't think so. Sage? Could be Sage. It is Sage, yeah. The little dragon or dinosaur thing. Carboneton? Yeah. This feels familiar. It feels like I've seen this one before, but I can't tell what it's called. Radal Parasite. Counter, right? Yeah. Black Illusion Ritual? No. Dark Magic Ritual? No. What is it called, dude? Black Magic Ritual, I think. That one. Yeah. It's the one that summons Dark Magician of Chaos. Wait, no, Dark Magician of Chaos is the effect monster. Never mind, dude. I'm Cybersaurus. Cyber Tyranno? Wait, what? Huh? Cyber Dinosaur? Oh! I could have sworn this card was not called Cyber Dinosaur. This could be Miracle Synchro Fusion. Yeah. Kalski, thank you so much for the 23. And Bricks AoE also, thank you for the 17. Which one is that? Is that X-Shell? I think so. I'm glad we did not have to zoom in more. Linker Bell? Yeah. No idea. No idea. Doppelganger. Skippo, think of it a 14. Is that a Marincess? Pascalis? Oh. We're not doing well right now. That's Performapal. Odd Eyes Butler. Okay. Lyrilusk. I think that's... Is that Warbler? I think that was Warbler. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, the flying this is the X blower. Blower. This looks like a Predaplant. This is a Predaplant, but I've like Hydra long name. Ilium forinchus. Okay. This is one of those BES big core something cards. Boss rush. Boss rush. No idea what that is. Medium of the ice barrier. Oh, this is Secret Blast, I think. No? Attention? Attention! Okay. I've seen this one, but I do not know what it's called. Poison Chain. Cola Cakes, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 14. Yeah. Some Performer Pal Hippo or something. Flip Hippo. It's either I'm out of shape in this one, but like I feel like today is a lot of hard ones. I have no idea what some of these cards are. Okay, this is Grave Digger Ghoul, I think. Yeah. The Witch Apprentice something. Witch's Apprentice. No, man. It's the new one. I mean, new, like 2017 or something. Oh, Forgotten Sea Temple. Forgotten Temple of the Deep. My mouse died! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a disaster. Well, you know, guys, this would have been a really good run, actually. It's actually such a shame and disaster because we were doing so well up until now. Yeah. That is a very unfortunate turn of events. All right, the mouse is back. That cost us like 500 points or something, at least. At least. If not more. If not more. At this point, you just can't take the results of this entire thing seriously anymore, right? Like at that point, like what are we supposed to do? It's just variance. The howling insect? No. Howling? No, it's not howling insect. It's phantom cricket. Yeah. Okay. Mech Knight Spectrum Supreme. Something Inferno. Chthonian Polymer. That's what I said. That Lost World? That's Lost World. Agorabot, thank you for the bits. We've started watching Arcane Season 2. Please no spoilers, because we still have to watch the last 3 episodes. Wait, that's not a Sylvan? Oh, it's a Lyrilusk. Oh yeah, it's Burial Canary. Because the last 3 episodes came out on the during the YCS weekend, so I haven't been able to watch it yet. We might do it tonight. No, I thought this was Spiral's Road for sure. Oh no, this is World Legacy Memory. World Legacy's Memory. Yeah, it's the one that summons a Mech Knight from the deck, I think, or something like that. Evil. Not Najasho, yeah, Evoltile Najasho. Okay, look, this might look like a very, very bad round, but keep in mind, with the 500 points we lost from the mouse dying earlier, it would have been pretty good. It would have been pretty good, okay? Look, let's just, okay. You guys are saying washed. I say it's been unfortunate. So why don't we just meet in the middle and never talk about it ever again, all right? Like, that I feel like that's a fair compromise. We just agree that this round cannot be counted because we lost very valuable time and focus during the, when the mouse died, you know? Like, it just can't be counted at that point. So I'm glad we all agree on that. All right, good. We're looking for a dark monster with a high level but very low stats. What does this mean? Wicked Avatar, maybe? Okay, a level 10 with 0/0, newer than 2007. Bell is not it either. Oh, that's also a fiend. Okay, terrible. Tragodia is also a fiend. Exodius is also 2008. What else is there? Yeah. Divine Serpent. Yeah, is level 12. It's level 10. Venominaga is too old. Venominaga is not 2009, right? Venominaga is 2007. Astro Dragon. Let's just pretend I knew this. And let's pretend I've seen this card before, alright? Yeah, I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is either. Alright. Well, warm up. Let's just consider it done, all right? Let's not call it successful. Let's just say we've warmed up, all right? Whatever that means at this point, okay? All right. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you all for obviously resubscribing and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Hope you guys had a good time while I was gone. We have a couple of things to talk about, obviously, about YCS Bologna and some stuff, like a little bit of a recap, because I obviously went to the tournament and I finished in top 32 with a deck that I think most of you have probably already seen, at least, or heard of it, like the Fiendsmith Kashtira deck that was piloted by a lot of people at this tournament, from my testing group as well, and some other people found it too. So we have a lot of stuff to go through, all things considered. We're going to talk about YCS Bologna today. We're going to talk about and a lot of stuff that happened while I was gone, right? We've got new teams, not new teams, new cards that were announced. We have a new Master Duel ban list that we're going to talk about relatively quickly because it's been a while since it's been announced, but all that kind of stuff, right? So lots of stuff that we have to go through. I'm kind of trying to sort it in my head. And then at some point, we're going to make the jump to what is next, right? Like, we're going to talk about all the things that did already happen and were already announced. And then at some point, we're going to make the move today to maybe talk about the things that are up next, with like crossover breakers and all that kind of stuff. Because like I said earlier, before the warm-up already, I will be traveling to YCS Anaheim next week. So we only have a couple of days of streams actually, before I have to go again for another week. But then when I return from YCS Anaheim, then we'll have like December, Christmas season, all that kind of stuff. We'll have it's going to be more laid back for me. We're going to be streaming, and we're going to be also playing the Duelist Cup together on the weekend before Christmas, which I'm also going to be live for and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're gonna focus on all that once I'm out of this all of this YCS stress, which I'm not gonna lie, it's been a little stressful already for Bologna, and I mean there's very little time before YCS Anaheim, so I'm anticipating the next week also to be relatively stressful for me, but that's okay. We're just gonna try to make the best of it. First and foremost, before we talk about what exactly happened at YCS Bologna, I want to give a shout out to Team Raid and Trade, which is the team that I have joined prior to this YCS, which obviously played a major factor in us all playing the deck together at the tournament. If you guys are not familiar with Team Raid and Trade yet, we've got a bunch of very well-known players like Dinka Bui, Ben Kreuzkamp, Nico Schlierkamp, Daniel Hartmann. I mean, I could list everyone right now, but like. You know, it's been a pleasure to work with these guys for YCS Bologna. I think we did find a very good deck for the event, which we will talk about in a moment. And we were also able to perform quite well with the deck overall. Like I think we had 8 people entering the tournament with it, or like 8 people from the team entering the tournament with it. And like over half of us made day 2. And I think it was 4 of us that made top 64. So yeah, who chose this deck? We built it together. It was a group effort. We've been hanging out in Discord calls for the last 2 weeks, maybe more, like almost on a daily basis to try and make it work. And I think we came up with something pretty cool for this tournament. So yeah, I'm looking forward to working with them in the future. I think we've got some pretty cool stuff ahead. So yeah, did you enjoy playing the deck? I actually did, and we will talk about this later today. I have a discussion planned that'll probably also make its way onto YouTube, because I noticed when I uploaded this deck profile on my YouTube channel, which by the way, if you haven't seen it yet, I don't want to go over all the card choices and explanations again, because I've already made a deck profile. I think I'm just going to pin the deck profile. I'm going to be honest. Let me just pin the deck profile for anyone who hasn't seen it. But I've made a deck profile. The other people from the team have also made deck profiles for everyone to like explain their choices and all that kind of stuff. So I think like that's already out there. You can just watch it and you know, understand it that way. But I have noticed, give me a second, link to my YCS deck. There you go. There, I've pinned it. All right. I played against your deck in ranked once the week before the YCS. Do you know who it was? I have no idea who exactly it was. I only know that there were some I heard that there were some people at the tournament who also had the list. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, but yeah, I have no idea. It doesn't really matter that much at this point. But yeah, obviously the list that you played and that you won with is also a similar idea. And we're gonna take a look at that later as well. The deck that won actually is a even though it only side decks the Kashtira cards, the concept is very similar. Which I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm pretty happy about this because it feels like it feels like it's a little bit of a confirmation at some point. You know, like whenever you enter a tournament with a deck that you think is a very solid idea, seeing that not only we were able to perform with it, right? Because we like I said, 4 of us made top 64 of the tournament, but no one got further than top 32, which was a little bit of a bummer to us because we really thought the deck was better than that. We really thought the deck could go all the way. So seeing someone who had a similar idea and actually managed to take it all the way is great to see. So once again, congratulations. Oh yeah, Pac got top 8. Pac got top 8. We did talk to Pac before the tournament. I just didn't count him because he's not in Raid and Trade, but yes, Pac also made top 8. So like the deck overall, it feels good, even though I wasn't able to win with it or the team wasn't able to win with it. It feels good to see that the concept was good. You know, it always feels good to know that what we were onto was a good idea and was probably the right call. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're trying to do whenever you're entering a tournament, is you're trying to make the right calls. Whether you can actually win with it is a different question, right? You can make the perfect call and still not win, because that's how Yu-Gi-Oh works. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck with matchups and how you draw, and sometimes dice rolls. Like that's all part of it a little bit, right? And at the end of the day, all that matters is that you've tried your best and that you actually ended up bringing a winning concept to the tournament that could have theoretically won if it was your day. And so seeing this made me actually happy, because I think this is a confirmation that the concept that we thought of was actually a winning concept. What are the areas where you'd say the deck fell short? I don't think I would change anything looking back, if I'm honest. Like, if that's what you're referring to. For this specific tournament, I don't know if there is anything that I would say the deck didn't provide. Like, the thing with this deck, the thing you have to realize is that this deck was a meta call, right? Like, this deck inherently is not insanely powerful or anything like that, right? Like, this deck plays a very simplified game of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, it almost feels like a modern version of something like Zodiac or something, like a super low to the ground deck that tries to do very efficient stuff with one card, but like nothing too crazy. Like the one card combos that this deck can do with like a Fiendsmith are not even close to what like Snake Eye tries to achieve with Snake Eye Ash, or what Ubel tries to achieve with Samsara D Lotus. It's not even like the power of this deck's one card combos are not even the same power level as like Centurion one card combos, right? Just to put it into perspective, right? Like in terms of the end board that you make, and a Fiendsmith Engraver makes a worse end board in raw power than the Centurion one card combos, right? So like this is like not what it's about. It was more like a meta call in the sense that like we needed something that had a functioning game plan into the existing hand traps that people play. And so like for me personally, the reason why my run ended was because I just had mediocre hands, which can happen with every deck in top 32, and my opponent also was playing a version of Snake Eye that I would say was better prepared for our deck, I think by accident, right, than most other lists, right? Like they were playing, I don't know how many copies they were playing, I just know they drew it, was Triple Tactics Talents, which was a card that most people were not playing as many copies of. But Talents is really good against this deck because you play into it very hard most of the time. And Talents both going first and second, like you hand trap them once, they Talents rip your other hand traps or stuff like that. And when you make a board, it's also very vulnerable to Talents, like taking your Caesar or taking your Fenrir or something like that. So like they just happened to have a Snake Eye list that had a lot of those cards that were not super common throughout this weekend. And so the combination of those two things, like it was like I went first in top 32, and it was like their hand was like, I think it was Purulia, Imperm, Thrust, Cosmic, Poplar, Witch. Those were their 6 cards. And I ashed the Purulia, went for, and I ended up making Fenrir Caesar set Strike with Valor in hand. Fenrir Caesar set Strike with Valor in hand is something that should usually be enough against Snake Eye. Against the average Snake Eye decks, they would never break that. They would never break Caesar, Fenrir, Strike, Valor after they only have 5 cards in hand because they used Purulia. But the way it went was like Cosmic on Strike, Imperm on Fenrir, normal summon Poplar, I Valor, and they go Thrust into Talents, take Caesar, make Hita, take Ash Blossom out my graveyard, which I had there because I ashed their Purulia, and then had Witch in hand, all that kind of stuff. So like it was a normal game, you know. That's how the stuff happens, right? Our deck does not have, or did not have, a 100% win rate against Snake Eyes. No deck can have that. So it's always a matter of, if those kind of hands happen, then you lose. You know, that's okay. That was part of the plan, was to have a matchup against Snake Eye that's as good as possible, but not 100%. But yeah. No, that was game 2. They didn't main Cosmic, and I didn't main Strike. So that was game 2. Do you think such control decks are inherently meta calls? I mean, yeah, of course. Like, why would you play a deck with a lower ceiling if you're not forced to? But like, we're gonna talk about this in a moment, or like we can actually, you know what? We can talk about it right now. We can talk about it right now, because why not? Because we've already started basically. So the reason why I wanted to bring this up, and talk about it a little bit, is because one of the, not the most common response, but definitely a popular response under my deck profile for this deck, and also other deck profiles for this deck, has been the sentiment that, like, oh my god, what has Yu-Gi-Oh become that people are playing 23 hand traps in a 42 card deck? Like, over 50% of your deck is hand traps. Like, I can't believe what Yu-Gi-Oh has become. That sort of stuff, right? And I wanted to talk about it a little bit, because I think to an extent, I think it's a valid thing to say. Although I want to emphasize that I personally, about this deck, I don't feel this way, because from my perspective, playing this deck is actually fun. Because this deck, the concept of this deck, and maybe let me walk you through how we found it and how we made it and what the idea behind it is, for you to better understand, is to just have better control over these decks in the format that try to like explode and make a board that you literally cannot beat anymore, like Snake Eyes and Yubel. And what you're trying to do with this deck is you're trying to stop those decks from doing those super unfair things, and you're actually trying to force them into a grind game. You're trying to force these meta decks at the moment into a grind game, which just so happens to be something that I personally enjoy. You know, I enjoy the games that happen after you interrupt Snake Eye once or twice, or maybe even 3 times, and they still end up with like some sort of half board or charmer line or something like that, and you actually have to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh against them, right? That is like something that happens very often with this sort of deck. And this deck, if anything, this deck is more of a symptom than the actual problem, is the way I look at it. Because the only reason why we're playing 23 hand traps is because that's the only way we can force Snake Eye to grind with us. Because if you do not throw 2 or 3 hand traps at Snake Eyes consistently, they will not grind with you. The same is true for Yubel. If you do not hand trap Yubel, you are not grinding with Yubel. It is simply not happening, right? And not only was this something that we thought was effective, it is also to an extent something that I personally wanted. I rather wanted to play grind games than trying to like combo harder than my opponent, right? And I think this is like a perfect example of like, I think it's very fitting that the last European YCS of the year sparked this creation, right? Because 2024 really has been a year of those explosive one-card combos really dominating the game, right? Like, I think we can all agree that 2024 has definitely been, in terms of one-card combos, the most powerful year in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, where those kind of decks have been defining the format, right? Whether they were the best pick for a certain event, put that aside, but they've definitely been dominating, right? Yubel was dominating, Snake Eye was dominating throughout the entire year, and it's been all about, like, if these cards resolve, it's incredibly hard to keep up with it, right? And this deck was basically our answer to this entire thing, because we're trying to play a real game that is not defined by a singular card resolving and then winning the game from there. And this was the only way we found to do it. This was the only way we found to do it because, like, you know, the way Snake Eyes and Yubel are designed, it is just not possible to like throw one hand trap at them. Often not even 2 is enough. And this is ultimately why we also went over 20. Like I said in my deck profile, there was a point where our deck was 50% hand traps exactly. It was 20 hand traps in 40 cards. And the theory behind changing the ratios, the theory behind going up in hand traps was that we needed more than 2 when we went second to feel comfortable. It wasn't enough. You would open a hand of Ash Veiler and it was like, well, sometimes it's enough and often it's not. And so we just needed the average to be slightly more than 2. Or like a decent bit more than 2. And that's why we ended up with 42 cards and 23 hand traps. Can you explain how the group found the interaction with Paradise? I cannot really explain because that happened on the weekend where I was at Berlin, or I was in Berlin for the card market filming, and I was basically on a little bit of a break from the YCS prep. I was only looking in the Discord chats and WhatsApp chats sometimes. And over the course of that weekend, the team found the Fiendsmith and Paradise interaction. I'm not entirely sure who was the first to do it. But it was at some point at that, like 2 weeks ago, basically. No, I did not invent the trap card. I have no idea. I think someone just put, like, unironically, I think someone just put Fiendsmith in the search bar and then just decided to read all the cards, and then that. But yeah, so overall, I guess we can also take a quick look while we're talking at this, or at the overall deck breakdown for YCS Bologna as well, because I think this ties into the thing. This has all turned into like a kind of overarching like format talk. Like, how is the current format? Is it a good format? Is it not a good format? And all that kind of thing. And my answer to that question, once again, this is very much subjective, right? I experience it this way. Some other people might experience it differently. I personally think the current format is fine. I think it has its pros and cons, but I think it also has very distinct weaknesses, and I want to point those out in a moment. I think one thing that is positive about it is that decks like Snake Eye, Yubel, and Tenpai have all been kind of balanced in a way where none of those decks is clearly the best deck anymore, and nothing is dominating over others. Which is like, that's a good thing, but at the same time, I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. I think evaluating a format, and I've always said this whenever we've talked about things like this, I think evaluating a format should go deeper than just looking at the deck diversity, at like, oh, how many decks are viable? How many different decks make top cut? How many different decks make it into the top 8? How many different decks were able to win tournaments in this format? Like, I think it goes deeper than that. I think it goes deeper than that because when you really look at it here, like, if you didn't know what these decks did in this pie chart, you would maybe think like, hey, this seems like a pretty healthy format because there's a bunch of different decks competing with each other and you have a bunch of different options, which at the surface is true. Like, on a surface level, this format is diverse. It's got a decent bit of different matchups. I had a bunch of different matchups throughout my run at the YCS. It was not like all one deck tier 0 Snake Eye format or whatever. Like the current format is not that. I played against Snake Eyes, I played against Fire Kings, I played against Fiendsmith decks, I played against Yubel, I played against Tenpai, I played against Ritual Beast, I played against Centurion, I played against Memento, all that in one YCS, right? Like 8 or 9 different decks for my opponents throughout 12 rounds of Swiss and 2 rounds of Top Cut. So like, I think the most I've seen a deck was like 3 times or something. In most other decks, it was just 1 or 2 copies. So like, deck diversity right now is there, right? Like the Yu-Gi-Oh format at the moment in the TCG is quite diverse. There's different options. Obviously, some decks are more popular than others. Some decks are slightly more successful than others. But overall, it's like diversity is here, right? And the thing is, though, is that I still feel like that some of the decks in the mix are, how do I phrase this? I personally feel like my issue with Snake Eye and Yubel does not go away only because they have counterplay. Do you know what I mean? Like, I personally am, on the one hand, very happy that an innovation like this deck was possible for this YCS. This was something that I really enjoyed. The whole process of finding this deck, building this deck, working on this deck, perfecting this deck, bringing it to the tournament, and then seeing it perform was a very, very fun experience to me, right? Like, this was a format that was solvable, which I personally think is very fun and very challenging and very cool. On the other hand, I am not super thrilled by the fact that the solution that we found had to involve over 50% hand traps. Because the reality that we faced in testing and in preparation was that every time our opponent's Snake Eye combo resolved, we were not winning the game. Every time our opponent's Yubel combo resolved, we were not winning the game. Even when you go first and your opponent's Tenpai combo resolves, you are not winning the game. And so, like, it felt like this format that, even though it had a solution, it felt very, very explosive and dangerous is the only word I can really find for it, because it's like, we are in a format where if at any point you let your opponent play even a couple of steps, they will probably spiral out of control because of how much card advantage these cards produce, how crazy these cards go, right? Like, what kind of board one Samsara de Lotus makes, what kind of board one Snake Eye Ash makes, what kind of, even Tenpai, like, how much damage one Chandra does is like, we are in a time in Yu-Gi-Oh where, like, this is the solution because this is the deck that can say no to your opponent the most consistently, right? Like, it's like, you have to force your opponent into playing an actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh with this deck, right? Like, if you don't force your opponent to play Yu-Gi-Oh with you, you will not play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because like, I mean, I feel like I've gotten my point across, right? And I think so. That's why I think this deck overall is cool. This deck is cool, but and this deck is also cool. The one that won, by the way, which is I'm treating these two as basically the same because I think they're a very similar concept, and they're both like you can argue about individual choices, but the idea behind these two is the same, right? These are the same concept and idea and solution for the format, and I think they're both very good. But these decks are more like a symptom than the actual problem. The problem is not the hand traps. The problem is that Snake Eye, Yubel, and Tenpai force you to play this way. Because if you don't play this way, then you will probably not be able to win going second. The problem is Fiendsmith. The problem is also not Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith is, now that Lacrima is banned, Fiendsmith is one of the healthiest engines in the game, and honestly creates the most fun game states out of all the engines in Top Cut, probably. Like, Fiendsmith is inherently, without Lacrima and Beatrice now, a super low to the ground engine that has a major focus on grind game instead of making crazy boards. Fiendsmith cards are incredibly fun inherently at this point in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because nothing that the Fiendsmith cards do is oppressive or way too powerful. And like if you compare what one Fiendsmith makes to what one Snake Eye Ash makes, or one Samsara de Lotus, or one Chandra, if you compare those one cards to each other, I think reaching the conclusion that Fiendsmith is the problem is something that I cannot get behind it. I'm sorry. I cannot get behind thinking that the Fiendsmith is the problem in this equation, right? Like, look at the end boards that Dear Bellstar, Snake Eye Ash, Deception, Spirit of Yubel, Dark Beckoning Beast, Chundra. Think of what those cards do, and then look at the Fiendsmith and tell me that card's the problem again. I don't believe it. I personally don't experience it that way. I don't feel that way. And I think if you really think about it, you will also reach the conclusion that that is not the case. So yeah, this is not what I experience as the issue in the current format. One Lacrima can bait up to 3 hand traps technically. Well, yeah, but I'm gonna tell you one thing right now. If this was the best deck in the format, hypothetically speaking, all right? If this deck was super popular now and everyone was playing it, this deck is so easy to beat, you will not believe it. This deck has so many weaknesses. This card is a counter pick to what the current decks are doing. This deck is good into hand traps. So what? You don't need to hand trap this deck. This deck is a meta call because everyone is playing hand traps to stop Snake Eyes. If this was the best deck, no one would be playing hand traps because you don't need to do anything. If you just let this deck play, it summons like Fenrir Caesar or Fenrir Desiree. You can break that with any deck in the format. It is not that is not how it works. Okay? Like, that is literally not how it works. There's like so many bad matchups for this deck. There's so many cards that are good against this deck. There's so many like efficient cards into this deck. This deck does not need to be hand trapped. You do not need to do anything about this deck. Literally, you activate one card that baits the Desiree, and then you can play almost freely. You like, if you force them to negate the Desiree, one Talons beats the entire deck immediately. And it's literally a symptom of, this deck is a symptom of Snake Eye and Yubel. So it's that is my my answer on the hand trap thing, which is basically, yes, the fact that this deck plays 23 hand traps, I understand why people think that is cringe. I do understand that. I just want to point out that I don't think this is because like this deck is cringe. This is because the decks in the format are forcing us to do this, right? Like we were looking frantically, we were looking for a solution that would obviously give us the best chances to win, and it just turns out that the best chances to win in the current format is to not let Snake Eye combo. Right? That is the only way we found to consistently beat Snake Eye, is to not let them play. And I think that says way more about Snake Eye and Yubel and Tenpai than it says about this deck. Because unironically, this deck is literally just built to have something that functions with minimal cards. We didn't try to do anything that made crazy boards or was able to easily OTK or end the game super quickly. All we tried to do was this is basically a control deck, right? We're trying to stop the other decks from going completely crazy so that we can play a slower, more grindy game with them that our deck is good at. Because we cannot compete with a Snake Eye combo, or we cannot compete with a Yubel combo. It is simply not feasible. It is simply not possible. And like, believe me, we tried board breaker approaches. We tried all kinds of the meta decks with some board breakers in it, right? We were trying Memento with some board breakers. We were trying Snake Eye and Fire King, obviously. We tried Yubel and all kinds of stuff. We simply were not satisfied with the solution of, if I go second, I try to resolve Fuvalos, and if I don't, then I have no chance against Yubel. All that kind of stuff. And like I posted my updates about the tournament on Twitter, as I always do. I checked back. I won 3 or 4 dice rolls in Swiss out of 12. And I went 10-1-1. If I played Snake Eyes or if I played Yubel, I would have not topped this tournament. This was the meta call that was necessary to make it possible to top with those sort of situations, right? This is the kind of variance you try to eliminate when you're preparing for a tournament. You're trying to make it possible to top if you win like less than half of your dice rolls. And I won, I think it was 4 in 12 rounds. And it's like, this was the beauty of this deck, is that it didn't even matter that much. But yeah. I personally think, or I would personally be interested in seeing how the people feel about this sort of thing, because I honestly, to me, the reaction makes sense. To be honest with you, the reaction makes sense. The fact that we have to play 23 hand traps to keep this format in check is crazy. The way I feel about it, though, is I think it says way more about the other decks in the format than the deck that we played. And this is another thing that I also want to emphasize on, is I think this is the thing I want most from whenever we get the next ban list, right? Like, when was the last one? It was September at this point. I think we are getting closer to the time where we can actually expect a ban list. I don't think it's going to happen before Anaheim, but somewhere between Anaheim and New Year's, like December or January, right? There is probably, hopefully, going to be an update. And I think that's the time when we should hopefully, like, I think they should be reminded that only because the current format is balanced in terms of the numbers does not mean the current format is balanced in terms of the actual decks and the fun they provide for the format and all that kind of stuff. Because Snake Eyes does not really provide much to the format other than, hey, your deck has to play 15 hand traps minimum, ideally more, otherwise Snake Eye is going to smoke you every other round. And the same is true for Yubel, right? Is it good to choose go second after siding? We made a lot of Angelo, I'll read it later, okay? So we experimented with a lot of things. Like we thought about going second into Fire King after siding. Because we would expect them to like put more Charmies into their deck if we lose a game, right? They would expect us to go first, and then they would put in like a whole bunch of Mole Charmies and then just start, and we would put in all the Mole Charmies. At the end, we didn't do that because our deck was not that weak to the Mole Charmies, and it's honestly a little risky because once again, only because you play theoretically enough hand traps doesn't mean that you always draw enough. Like you have hands where there's only one hand trap or zero. It happens. And so you don't want to risk that, like losing a game for no reason. And it's also a little bit awkward because if your opponent sides in all the Charmies and you're hoping for them to draw the Charmies, there's a non-zero chance that they will just like pass with a Charmy in hand. And then it becomes awkward if you have your own Charmies or you Purulia them in draw phase and they just pass because they have their own Purulia or Fuvalos, and then you can't kill them and it becomes weird. The only deck that I go second against with this deck post-siding is Tenpai in the tournament. That was the only deck that I would go second against after siding. And just in case you're curious, you still side in all the traps against Tenpai, even if you go second. Even if you go second against Tenpai, you put in Barrier, Judgment Strike. Do you think Fiendsmith will get hit on the Forbidden Unlimited list? It's a difficult question to answer. My personal gut feeling right now would be yes. I think there will be a Fiendsmith hit, but I'm saying that with like, I am not happy about that. Like I personally, like I said earlier, in the current format, the only like the Fiendsmith engine is something that I have no issue with at the moment. Personally, I actually find it very enjoyable. So I'm hoping it doesn't happen. Like I think hitting Kashtira cards at this point is very much like valid if they want to hit this deck. I think hitting Fiendsmith cards right now feels odd to me. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about it personally. What was the reasoning behind playing one Purulia in your main deck and put the other two in the side deck? It's because I wanted exactly this side deck, but I also wanted, I wanted 3 Purulias. Like my side deck was 16 cards. And so my only solution that I could think of, or that we could think of, was to move one of the side deck cards into the main deck. Because I wanted 9 traps for going first after siding. I didn't want less. I wanted the 3 Fuvalos for Yubel and Ritual Beast. And I also wanted 3 Purulia because the card is just amazing in this deck. And I wanted the Ryzeal for being able to link off Nibiru into Moon when we go second with Planet. And so I needed all those cards. And so the only way to fix this is to put one of them into the main deck. And I felt like one Purulia was the most main deckable card out of all of those. Because it was just like going second, which is harder anyways than going first. Going second, it helps you get another, like it's just one more hand trap basically. And going first, it's not the end of the world if you draw it, because you can discard it for Tract, or you can just normal summon it to make Moon. That is literally the only reason. I know it looks very random, but it was just to fix side deck patterns. Why not Ryzeal in main? Because it's not a good card unless you have a specific reason to play it. Like, the reason to play Ryzeal is to make an easier Shangri era against Tenpai when you get shifted. That was the initial reason why we added it. Because Shangri era is really good after you get shifted because it doesn't die to Raigeki, and it's really hard to kill over if you summon it under shifter. So we wanted easier ways to make it with just Fenrir. And then when we put it into the deck, I realized, hey, okay, I'm siding out my unicorns going second very often, like Unicorn and Birth. I side those out going second a lot. So if you side in the Ryzeal, that makes your Fenrir still have a very good search target, because normally when you go second and you summon Fenrir, you search Unicorn, so that if they deal with your, like, let's say one thing that would be very common with this deck is you go second, you special Fenrir, you search Unicorn, you normal summon a hand trap, you make Moon, you make Requiem, and then if you use Requiem effect, your opponent basically cannot Ash it, because if they Ash it, you can summon Unicorn and search Birth, because then your field is empty. So that way, your opponent has to basically, like, they have to pick their poison. Either they let you get the Fiendsmith engine rolling, or they allow you to summon Unicorn, Birth, and bring back the Fenrir, right? So, like, for them, it's a lose-lose situation in that scenario. That's why, like, Fenrir having a good search target is important. And if you side out Unicorn, having Ryzeal instead at least makes it so that you go Ryzeal, you go Fenrir, search Ryzeal, and then you can make Moon without committing a hand trap. So that if your opponent hand traps the Requiem, you at least get to keep your hand traps in hand, right? So it's the basic idea of the deck. And, like, yeah, but this deck, I think, because this is the next question that people have been asking, is how would this deck work moving forward? To which I say, I think right now, as long as people still play Snake Eye and such, like, the deck is still good. How this deck exactly interacts after crossover breakers is something that I don't know. I'm not sure how this deck interacts with Ryzeal. I have the gut feeling that it won't interact super well with it, because the Ryzeal deck seems to be very resilient against hand traps, so, like, playing 23 does not seem to be that great. To everyone who doubts that this deck is fun, why don't you just go and play it? Why don't you just go and play a couple of games with it and tell me if it's fun or not? Because I personally think it's very enjoyable. I think it's a super fun deck because it forces you to think outside the box. Of course, the thing is, there's two steps. First, you hand trap your opponent, and then you actually play Yu-Gi-Oh, which is the fun part. It's very... you would be surprised how fun Yu-Gi-Oh can be when you stop them from doing the full Snake Eye combo. And you are like, okay, you know what? I know you are trying to perform a 10-minute cutscene on me, but how about I stop that? And we actually play Yu-Gi-Oh. And that's fun. That is very fun, unironically. It is very, very fun to just say, you know what? No cutscene for you, no cutscene for me. We actually just play. And that's what the idea of the deck is. And it's very good at that. And that's what makes it enjoyable. Trade and Trade invents skippable cutscenes. Yeah. How do you actually play the grind without any ways to draw more hand traps? It's because after you've stopped them, your deck is very good at creating interruptions, even if they hand trap you back. Right? That's why, like, that's why the Cash Tiras and the Fiendsmith cards were the perfect match for this, is because you don't need to draw more hand traps when, at that point, all you're trying to do is you try to convert your Cash Tira cards and your Fiendsmith cards into more ways to interact with your opponent, right? Like, after you've used, like, your Veiler and your Impermanence, you can then turn, like, going second, once you've had a turn, Fenrir represents an interruption. The Fiendsmith cards will get you interruptions. And even if, let's say, they imperm your Fenrir on your turn, because they don't want you to get the search and to remove something off their board, if you pass the turn back to them, the Fenrir is again a disruption. And like I also talked about in my deck profile, even if they interrupt your Lacrima or Engraver, they can still set up an interruption via Fiendsmith in Paradise, right? And so, like, that's why you end up trading favorably with their hand traps while they do not. Like, if you Veiler a Diabell Star, if you Ash a Wanted, if you Imperm a Snake Eye Ash, if you Ghost Ogre a Deception, all those kind of cards, they don't provide interruption after that happened, right? Like, they are just like, you use them one time, if they get stopped, they're gone, right? And so, like, they don't provide any sort of long-term value / interruptions, whereas your cards do that. And that's why you end up ahead. That's why you that's why this deck wins against those Have you ever seen only one hand trap during the OIS? Only hand traps? I actually won a game against Fire King with only hand traps, which was very funny. I won a game against Fire King where I went second and I opened 5 hand traps. And then on the next turn, I drew a hand trap. And the turn after, I also drew a hand trap. And the way I did that was I knew that I need to let my opponent cook a little bit. So I let them resolve some more things. Like I ashed them early so they would go into Hita. And then I let the Hita happen, which then made Promethean Princess. And then I belled the Promethean Princess. And then they passed. And I drew to like 3 cards in hand or something. And they were also very low on cards because I hand trapped them a couple times. And so the way I won that is I just normal summoned a Mourner. I made Typhon. I attacked over the Princess to keep the material on the Typhon. They drew. They tried to, I think they tried to play again. I impermed them. And then on the next turn, I drew another hand trap. I normal summoned it and I made Moon from there. So like this deck can literally win with only hand traps, which is very funny. Yeah, Typhon actually won some games with this deck. Isn't that crazy? People think that this deck hand traps you to death and then OTKs you. I mean, this is not Tenpai, all right? Like, yes, the deck can do that, but only if your opponent literally has 0 interruptions. Like, if your opponent has 0 of their own hand traps, like not even 1 imperm or not even 1 effect veiler, yes, you can. Like, yeah, okay. Like, if your opponent passes with nothing, yeah, you can win. But like, that is every Yu-Gi-Oh deck now, pretty much, right? Like, that is not like you guys are treating this as if this deck was Tenpai or some shit. Like, it is not that. It is not that. It's like the way you can OTK theoretically through 1 or 2 cards on the field is like you would need to be able to go into sequence and you need 1 extra body next to it. So like Fenrir plus Engraver can theoretically OTK if there's no interruptions, right? Like if you special Fenrir and then you go Engraver into Tract, Lurie, Requiem, Lacrima send another Fiendsmith, shuffle back Lurie for Fiendsmith, and then you can turn them into Sequence. Sequence makes Desiree, and then you link off Sequence and Desiree into Agnum Day. You can use Desiree to shuffle away one of their cards, and then that is 8,000 damage. Oh yeah. Because the Agnum Day alone is 6,400 damage if you have Desiree in the graveyard. But yeah, all right. Guys, I think we've talked about it enough. I think I have made my opinion clear on the current format. I think I've also explained why we thought this deck was a good call and why I still think it was a very good call. And why I think this deck is not as cringe as some people think, but it's rather just a response to the cringeness of Snake Eye and Yubel, and to an extent Tenpai, pretty much. Which I think we can all agree that if 1 card combos just got a little less powerful, we'd all be a little happier. If we can't agree on some of these other things, maybe that is something we can agree on. 5,800? No. Agnum Day attacks for 1,800. Agnum Day attacks for 1,800, and then in the battle phase, it tags out into Desiree, which is 2,800, and gains 1,800 from the Agnum Day. So the Desiree is 46, plus 18 is 64. So it's game next to a Fenrir, a Unicorn, or an Engraver, or a Necroquip. Oh yeah. All right. now that we've talked about that, let us talk about some of the things that I missed while I was gone, which I think we have a bunch of new cards to look at. Enemy, think about it 24 months. Locals is going to be something I won't have time for in the next couple of weeks. I'll see when I can go again. Pop, pop, pop. So what we're gonna do for the rest of the day is we're gonna now take a look at some of the things that I've missed while I was gone, like new cards announcements and such. When we're done doing that, we will see how much time we have left, because I mean today's going to be a longer stream anyways, because we're also going to have the podcast later with Farfa where we talk about YCS Bologna as well. So longer stream today anyways. But if we have time, we can already start taking a look at Ryzeal and Maliss, because that's basically the next step in terms of the TCG, right? Is like, you can think of the current format whatever you want, right? Everyone has their own opinion, and that's fine. The thing that matters the most is what's going to happen next, right? Like YCS Bologna happened, and we're all excited to see what's next. And Ryzeal and Maliss from Crossover Breakers is obviously going to be a major shakeup in the format, which is something that remains to be seen how exactly it's going to turn out. And I'm personally also very interested in it. Wait, sponsors are not there anymore. Were they there earlier? Hold up. Has this not been working the entire day? Let me try and see if I can fix that. Let me see if I can fix that. Now, if only I knew where I put all those files. Oh, there they are. Okay, wonderful. It randomly turned off mid-discussion. Okay, well, it's working now again. They got hand-trapped. All right, thank you all who subscribed during the discussion, and in general, welcome you all back. Thank you for the continued support, even though I've been off for a couple of days. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. It always means a lot to me when I come back after a couple of days, and I see so much support on the first day back. Thank you so much. Okay. I have no idea in which order these were released, but we have a couple of things to talk about, a couple of news that happened over the last couple of days while I was gone, and I don't think I've looked any of these yet, even while I was underway. Pack, thank you for the 32 months. Hope you had a good travel home. It was nice seeing you, and I guess I'll see you again next week. Okay. We have DDD support. Have we seen this one already? I am not sure. Maybe I have. I don't know, dude. Waver, thank you for the 30. Congrats on your YCS top. And Fantarex, thank you for the 4. Get on the bags, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you guys. Draco Predator, thank you for the 27. No? Okay. Okay, we have DD Count Surveyor. Level 8 Dark Fiend Pendulum Effect Monster. Pendulum Scale 1. Pendulum Effect. Once per turn, if you Pendulum summon a DDD monster, you can target 3 monsters your opponent controls with the same type or attribute as these other. Tribute 2 of those face-up monsters. If you do, the other gains attack equal to the attack of the tributed monsters had on the field. Okay. Now that seems very specific. I think that's just a bonus effect because not often are you going to be able to pendulum summon while your opponent has 3 monsters with the same type or attribute. Monster effect. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. You can discard 1 other DD monster, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a DD monster with 0 attack or defense from your deck to your hand. Okay, yeah, that's what it's about, right? Like the pendulum effect is like a neat bonus that can come up like once in an entire tournament or something. But the monster effect is where it's at, right? Like you can just, it's just an extender that you can discard something for, special summon it, and then add. What is even like, you can search the Kepler, right? The searcher. Is there other good targets? Is there other like great 0/0 targets, or is it just mostly going to be Kepler? Because I don't know the stats of the DDDs by heart. Copernicus. Okay, that's also a solid solid card, right? Okay. Yeah, this seems good for consistency, right? More starters. I know that DDD was a deck that like sometimes even used to play Piri Rise map, which goes to show how desperately they want access to Kepler, right? So being able to play an actually good card for that doesn't require you to pay half your life points is good. And DD even has, depending on the version that people play nowadays, I am not up to date, but I know DD has even some good discards for this, right? Like you can put, what was it, Necro Slime or Swirl Slime in the graveyard if they're still being played. Don't quote me on that, but I know they have some monsters with graveyard effects. So there's even a potential here to use this as an extender that has a good discard, right? So that's good. And then we have DD Scale Surveyor, Pendulum Scale 9. You can only use the pendulum effect of this card name once per turn. During the standby phase, you can target up to 2 cards in the pendulum zone. Their pendulum scales become 0 until the end of this turn. 2 cards in the pendulum zone, their scales become 0. Okay. Oh, this can even mess up your opponent. I was like, why would I make both scales 0? But hypothetically, because it says during the standby phase, you could like, in like a, look, if you ever find yourself in a pendulum mirror match, God forbid, right? And your opponent has scales already set, you can like turn them both into 0s. I don't know. That seems very irrelevant. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a DD Pendulum monster card, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summon, you can make it level become 4. If this card is sent to the graveyard or added to the extra deck face up, you can target a DD Pendulum monster card you control, return it to the hand. Okay. So... Extender? This one does not seem too crazy to me. It's not a bad card by any means. But, yeah. I don't know if this is, like, this is far worse than the first one, I think. It says up to, so you can also use it to special summon more. I understand it says up to, but it also, look, the most important part is not the fact that it says up to 2. The most important part is that it says during the standby phase. That makes this card basically unusable during your turn. Like in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, we ignore that sort of stuff because, like, what is, like, you're gonna scale it on turn 1 and then wait a turn for your next standby phase? Like that, this does not matter. The other effects are fine, but I wouldn't think this is too crazy. Maybe like a one-of if the deck really wants to search an extender for something. We have DD Extra Surveyor. Level 5 Dark Fiend Pendulum, Scale 4. You can only use the Pendulum effect once per turn. If a face-up monster card you control, your opponent controls, is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target a DDD monster you control, banish 2 cards from your Pendulum zone, and if you do, that target can make a second attack during each battle phase. Monster effect, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can discard this card, add one face-up DD Pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand. If this card becomes banished, you can banish cards from the top of your opponent's deck equal to the number of face-up Pendulum monsters in their extra deck. Then you can make a DD monster you control game. These cards seem super random. Is it just me, or are these cards like... This is also it. This was the last one. This feels very odd to me. Manga cards? Okay. Because I think the last two cards are basically just very underwhelming for a support wave that's being printed in 2025. These don't see... Look, I'm not a DDD expert, okay? And I don't know exactly what the problems are that DDD is facing in nowadays format and what they would need exactly to be relevant again. But I can tell with like decent certainty that these last two cards are not solving any problems sufficiently. The first one is a good card, I think. The first one is a very good card because it's like an extender that needs that you discard a card to add a 0/0, like it's good for consistency and it gives you extension. This seems like a proper 2025 support piece, right? For a strategy. This seems like the kind of card that every deck would like to have, right? Like just a flexible extender / starter that can search cards. Like this is good. The other two, they feel off. I have no idea. Like no idea what these are supposed to really accomplish. But I guess it might just be a little bit of an outdated wave of manga support here that we're looking at. Okay. Next up, we have Megistus support, which is interesting because like Megistus has already received support in the OCG that has been somewhat relevant. Not as like a pure Megistus deck. I think they're not playing that, but they're playing like, what is it, the Chorozo? In some decks already. So like, and then, yeah, there's like Megistus the Spoon or something. Yeah. We have Gift of Megistus Crowley. Level 4 Dark Spellcaster effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is added to your hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon it. Oh, wow. What a cool effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can fusion summon a Megistus or invoked fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as material. If this face-up card is used as fusion material, it can be treated as Alistair the Invoker? Okay, I thought this was Megistus support. I guess Megistus and Invoked are connected. It's just some lore thing. I don't know. If this card is added to your hand, okay, now... I guess this begs the question, how many ways to search Megistus cards are there? So, like, how is there... Spoon just adds it? Okay, what was Spoon again? Give me a second. Megistus Spoon. Spoon, the Seal of Megistus. You can discard this card, add a Megistus from your deck to your hand. Okay. Banish this card from your grave, equip it with the Megistus from your extra deck. Okay. So this makes Spoon like a special summon extender now. And you can fusion summon with it. The Link one also searches it. Okay. So yeah, okay. This seems like a good card then. If they can easily search it. And yeah, okay. Then we have Zoroa, the Megistus Verethrania. Level 8 Fire Spellcaster. Materials, a Megistus monster plus a Fusion, Synchro, Exceed, or Link. You can only use the first and second of this card's name each once per turn. Target an effect monster your opponent controls or in your graveyard. Your opponent controls or in your graveyard. Equip that monster to this card. When a monster effect is activated, you can send a face-up Megistus monster card you control to the graveyard, negate that effect, and you can destroy a card your opponent controls. Okay. Hold up. I'm not sure how easy you can just make this, but this seems very powerful, right? This is in some ways even better than negate and destroy. Because I see you guys are arguing about this. This is not a negate that also destroys the card, but it is a negate that also destroys a different card, right? Like if your opponent has a monster on the field and then they activate another monster's effect, you can like negate that effect, but then choose to destroy a different card if you want to. You can even destroy non-monsters with it. You can only negate monsters, but you can destroy any card. So it's like Varudras basically. And that is honestly, I feel like Varudras turned out to be more powerful than an Omni negate, in my opinion. Like I thought like, just to put this into perspective, I thought it was so frustrating at YCS Lil when I played Labyrinth into Yubel that like when you would try to force the Varudras with a trap card, it would not only negate the trap card, it would also destroy another one of your back rows. And this card is kind of the same thing. The only thing that is more fair about this is that it's a monster negate and not an Omni. So like, dangerous card design. Vera Magic, Lacrima of Light. This card is always treated as a Magistas and Witchcrafter card. Activate one of these effects. You can only use one per turn. If you control a Magistas or Witchcrafter, send a Spellcaster monster or a spell from your deck to the graveyard. When your opponent activates a card or effect, special summon a Magistas or Witchcrafter monster from your hand or deck. Okay, so a Foolish Burial as a quick effect for spellcasters or any spell card. That has to be useful. There has to be good targets for this, right? Like, whether it's in the Magistas archetype itself or in the Witchcrafter archetype itself, even just like generically, this is like a combination of Foolish Burial and Foolish Burial goods, but like exclusively for Magistas or Witchcrafter decks. And then if there's ever a point where you don't want to do that, you can also use the second effect, right? Like the second effect is really, really good going second as well, right? Like because going first, you can use it as an extender if your opponent ashes you or veilers you or something. But going second, when you're playing into a board, you will almost always be able to use the second effect of this card, right? Like you start playing into their board, they use their effects, and then you just go chain, special Magistas or Witchcrafter from hand or deck. Very powerful. You know what? This card, I love the design on this card. Unironically, I love the design of this card in some ways, because I've been talking about this for a while now, that I would like to have cards in the game more often that have just like a solid basic effect, which in the case of this card is if you control a Magistas or Witchcrafter, send a Spellcaster or a spell from your deck to the graveyard, right? Like that's the effect that you can always use in your Magistas deck. And then it has a more powerful effect when your opponent, like when you're going second basically, or when your opponent hand traps you, which I'm not so happy about the fact that it makes you play through hand traps, but I think going second, this card is pretty cool, right? The fact that you get that this card basically is a guaranteed extender when you're going second. Yeah, I think this card is well designed. I think this card is cool. This card seems fun. And then we have Magia Magic Thorhammer. Normal spell card, always treated as a Magistas or Endymion card. Okay, so this is tying Magistas into a whole bunch of different archetypes, which I'm not entirely sure how connected they all were already. Maybe they already are. I wasn't aware that Magistas was part of all of these lores already, but maybe it was. Send one other face-up Magistas card you control to the graveyard, or remove 2 spell counters from your field to activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. Special a spellcaster from your hand, face up extra deck or graveyard, or banish one other card on the field. Okay, as a normal spell card, this does not feel very good. I'm gonna be honest with you. As a quick play spell card, maybe we would be talking. Like as a quick play spell, this could be something where I can use it on my turn 1 as an extender, and if I don't need it, I can set it, and it's a disruption. That would have been pretty good. As a normal spell, it does not convince me. It is a non-target banish, which is not bad, but I am not convinced that this is good enough. Maybe because of like being searchable. If it is easily searchable, maybe a one of. But I am not sure about this card as a normal spell card in general. Oh yeah. Okay, that is the Megistus support. Overall, unironically, I think Megistus, like, these cards are solid. And I mean, the Spoon is already a solid card, and then there's this other one. Hold up. There's also this guy, which I have no idea when we're going to get it. It was a We Jump promo, but it's a very popular card in the OCG at the moment because it's like a contact fusion. It kind of works like Necroquip Princess, but instead of sending an equipped Fiend monster, you send a Fusion, Synchro Exceed, or Link, and a Spellcaster monster card. So you can like use the equips in the Megistus deck to contact fuse the Chorozo. And so it's just like a free level 4 extender sometimes, depending on how it goes. So yeah. And then we have another wave of cards, which is, I think, more manga support. So I'm not sure how much to really expect from these, but we're going to read them anyways. There's finally more shark support. You all know I've been waiting desperately for this. And number S37 Spider Shark is the name. It's a rank 5 water sea serpent. 3 level 5 water monsters. You can also Xyz summon this card by using number 37 Hope Woven Dragon Spider Shark you control as material. Transfer its materials to this card. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, then target a monster your opponent controls, banish it until their next standby phase, and if you do, any face-up monsters they currently control loses 1,000 attack until the end of this turn. During the end phase, if this card's in your grave, because it was destroyed and sent there this turn after being Xyz summoned, you can special summon it. Now, I would say I know exactly what number 37 Hope Woven Dragon Spider Shark is, if that wasn't a lie. So I'm checking what that is. Two level 4 water monsters. When any player's monster declares an attack, you can detach a material from this card. All monsters your opponent currently controls without when this card is destroyed by battle or card. Yeah, you're not making this card. You're not making this card, and that means you're also not making this card. This makes Shark tier 0. You just don't understand it. The thing is, no, it does not make Shark tier 0, because what you are not understanding is that sharks are already tier 0. So this will just further strengthen their position in the tier 0 metagame. Number S38, Titanic Galaxy. Okay, now this is something that you might actually play, because that is actually a playable card that you can put this on top of. You can also Xyz summon this card by using number 38 Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy you control as material. Gains 200 attack for each material it has. Once per turn, you can target up to 2 spell traps your opponent controls, attach them to this card as material. The targeted cards and their effects cannot be activated in response to this effect's activation. You can detach 1 material from this card. Until the end of this turn, this card's original attack becomes 1500. Also, it can attack directly. Okay. Now, you could make a joke here saying that you're gonna turn your good Yu-Gi-Oh card into a worse Yu-Gi-Oh card, which is true. This card's effect is worse than the Titanic Galaxy's effect. So, you know, for the most part, it'd be better than to just leave your Titanic Galaxy on the board. But when you're going second and you're breaking a board, maybe you want to make a Zeus or maybe you want to get rid of your opponent's spell trap cards to get rid of their follow-up. Like, it's the kind of card that it's not better than Titanic Galaxy, but it doesn't have to be better than Titanic Galaxy because it's just an option in your extra deck. If your deck is playing Titanic Galaxy already, which some decks are, right? It's not the most popular card or anything, but like it's a playable card, you know, sometimes you play it. And if you play it, then you might want to consider this one because it could be a good option, right? It could be the extra material for your Zeus. It could be a way to clear your opponent's follow-up, right? Like, for example, you play into Yubel, I don't know, and then you want to get rid of the opening of the Spirit Gates or the Nightmare Pain or both, or Kashira Birth or Nightmare Throne or all those kind of cards you just want to get rid of. You might just go like, okay, I'm gonna make number 38. I'll put this on top. I'll spin your spell traps. I'll attack, and I'll make a 4 material Zeus, and that's a solid play, right? So this is a playable card because the material for it is playable. Yeah, Voiceless Voice, right? Get rid of the barrier and the other one. Like solid card. 6 material. I mean, yeah, if you attach the card, if you have targets to attach, you can even do more, right? That is actually very good then. Like, if you're going second, you can attack with your number 38, and then you can also use this to do the thing. Then you have like 6 materials. At that point, it becomes really, really good. As well as you can even, if your opponent has for some reason a really big monster that you can't attack into to make Zeus, you can even use the effect to attack directly. You lose 1 material, but you can't do it, right? We have Revelation of Hope, normal spell. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. Send a face-up level 8 dragon monster you control to the graveyard. Special summon a rank 8 dragon Xyz monster from your extra deck. Yeah. This is not that good. Because it also won't have materials. I don't know. I guess you can summon like number 38 and then put this on top, but like that's not worth, I think, the investment of this spell card. It seems rather niche. Hope doesn't really need to. I guess that's true, right? You don't need to detach to negate the spells. But yeah. Galaxy Journey, quick spell. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Special summon one of your banished light or dark monsters. If a face-up Xyz monster you control becomes banished while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card and target one of those monsters, special summon it. Sometimes it's hard for me to evaluate these cards because I'm just thinking like, this is not a bad Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? Like, there's definitely times in Yu-Gi-Oh's history where this card would have been very, very strong and super nice card to be used, right? Right now, whenever I'm looking at spell cards, it's just 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh brain, right? But like, I'm looking at these kind of cards, and whenever a card is just an extender and not a starter, does nothing on its own, I'm always like, can this be good enough? Right? Like, are we at a point in modern Yu-Gi-Oh where these kind of cards can even be considered good nowadays? Like, no one plays Monster Reborn, for example, as you're mentioning right now, like that sort of stuff. Like, no one is really playing that card. And I think, like, yeah, because it's named Galaxy, maybe it's searchable. So maybe it could be a one-of in a Galaxy deck, but I don't think this will make me want to play a Galaxy deck. Because at the end of the day, it is not like an overwhelmingly powerful card, I think. Okay. I think the highlight out of these is definitely the number S38. That card seems solid, in my opinion, because the Titanic Galaxy is already a good card. Zeus is already a really good card, and that's what this card plays into. So I think that's a solid concept. Set off on a new adventure with fairy tale friends. We have Bat, the Forest Ninja. a level 3 light beast tuner effect monster. Is this also anime stuff? 800 attack, 800 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. If there is a face-up card in the field zone, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, and you have Fairy Tale Prologue, Journey's Dawn on the field or in your graveyard, you can add a light beast monster from your deck to your hand. Okay, I'm guessing that card, because I've never heard of it, is also in here somewhere. So, I mean, if you have this card on the field or in the grave, then you get a free search. Seems okay. Light Beast. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to search, but okay. Wonko, Noble Knight of the Forest. Okay, why are these cards like randomly part of other archetypes? I think it's kind of funny, but this is a ninja card and this is a Noble Knight. A Noble Knight out of all things. Okay. Level 4 Light Beast effect monster. You can only use the first effect once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Fairy Tale Prologue Journey's Dawn from your deck to your hand. Or if you have Fairy Tale Prologue Journey's Dawn on the field or in the graveyard, you can draw a card instead. Ooh, that's nice that it gives you the option to draw if you already have the thing that you're searching. Because that's the most annoying thing with searcher cards is like if you already have the target in hand, then you're going to be annoyed if you draw the searcher. So that's nice. Your opponent's monster cannot target monsters for attacks while there's a card in the field spell zone. A field zone of except this one. Oh, they can only attack this. Okay. When this card is destroyed by battle, you can make the monster that destroyed it lose 500 attack. Okay, this effect is irrelevant. This effect is very niche. The first one is nice, I guess. Fairy Tale Prologue Journey's Dawn. There we go. That is the field spell. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. All battle damage either player takes is half. If you control a light beast monster or a level 7 or 8 dragon synchro monster, you can draw a card. Oh. Once per turn during your standby phase, you can send this card from the field zone to the graveyard. Place a field spell from your hand or deck face up in your field zone except Prologue Journey's Dawn. Okay. This feels like, I mean, because this is already it. It feels like a small package of like somewhat generic field spell support that just like tries to create maybe 1 or 2 free bodies and a free draw. Right? Because like, you know, Noble Knight of the Forest, search the field spell, draw a card. Ancient Fairy Dragon support. A little bit, right? Because this is a level 3 tuner, level 4 non-tuner. Yeah, I guess. I guess if you can like pull it off, I mean, it's all 2-card combos, right? Like, but imagine, for example, you have Fairy Tale and the bat in hand. Like, if you activate the Fairy Tale field spell, you special summon the bat, you search the Wonko, you normal summon the Wonko, and then you draw a card because you already have the field spell. Then you can also use this effect to draw a card. So you've drawn 2 cards, and then you have a level 7 synchro that you can pop the field spell with if you go Ancient Fairy to search a different field spell from your deck. So you're like creating a couple of cards in your hand. This is broken with Runic. I don't know if it's broken with Runic. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what the problem of these cards is? The problem with these cards, and I can tell you precisely what the problem is. The problem is they don't work alone. They don't work alone. Like, you can special summon this card if you have a field spell, but you don't get to search unless you have the Fairy Tale card already. If you don't draw the Fairy Tale card, this card is very mediocre. And this card alone also doesn't really do anything because it's just a level 4 beast that on summon, it's just an upstart goblin, right? Like, you're going to summon this, search the field spell, and then because you control this, you can draw a card. But that's it. That is very mediocre on the one card, right? Like you'd need multiple. You always need multiple of these cards for them to be good. And that's weird because there's only 3 different ones, right? There's only 3 different cards, so you can't play enough to see multiples of it consistently. Hyperia was playable, yeah, but Hyperia also did not include any bricks in your deck, right? Like the field spell alone does nothing. That's even like, that's the worst part, right? Like the Wonko at least does something. The bat is at least the tuner / an extender if you have a different field spell. The field spell literally does nothing on its own. So yeah. It adds Foxy Tune. I mean, I'm sure there's some funny Light Beasts you can add. Because Light Beast, I don't think is the rarest combination. There's probably some cool targets for it, but like you're not going to do that. There's way easier ways to find Light Beast monsters. I don't know. I think these cards are cool in a way because they're not too broken, and they do make you think a little bit of like, hey, what can I do with those? Ultimately, I think it's going to end up slightly too weak, but they are kind of cool. What do you mean it does nothing? You can draw a card with the field spell? No, if you only have the field spell, you won't be able to draw with it. You have to actually make something else happen before this card can be an upstart goblin. It's like alone, this card is like a very situational and weak chicken game. Freeze the world with the new Ice Spellcaster support. We have Ice Doll, level 2 water spellcaster. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn each. You cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate any of this card's effect except water monsters. You can discard one other water monster, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special, you can add a water spellcaster from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add an Ice Doll mirror from your deck to your hand. Ooh, wait. This card could be something. What is good water spellcasters? Enchantress, right? Enchantress is a water spellcaster, isn't it? The new Necros monsters. It searches Blue Boy. Ice barriers. Can't make an adventure token though. Why not? You can just special summon it. You'd have to play like adventure in a lot of... Oh wait, no, you can't summon Griffin though. Ah, but you can summon... Nah, you can't summon the token. Yeah, that's garbage. It's garbage in adventure. Yeah, I was tripping. Okay, so this card I think is good, like in a vacuum, right? Like in a world where there is a deck that can play a lot of water monsters that works under the water lock quite well, like I don't know, Ice Barrier maybe. That has a good amount of discards for this and also a good search target, then this card is pretty good. Now also what does Ice Doll Mirror do? Because that's another thing. Like if this, I've been treating this as like a complete bonus. If this is even a good card, then you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Send a water monster from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard. Special summon a monster from your hand or deck with the same name as a water monster you control. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn after this card resolves, except water monsters. You can banish this card from your grave, add an Ice Doll from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Okay. Special summon a monster from hand or deck with the same name as a water monster you control after you send a water from hand or field to the grave. It's not a terrible card, but it will be, in any deck that plays this card, this will be a terrible draw, right? Like, no questions asked, because it's very hard to make this card work. Like, yeah, sometimes it could be an extender if you're already on step 6 of your combo or something. And then we have Twin Pillars of Ice. Quick play spell. Can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Special summon 2 Ice Pillar tokens in defense position. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of... Okay. Banish this card from your grave. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a water monster. Okay, so is this just Monarch support? Is this just basically Monarch support, but nothing else? And even in Monarchs, there's not even a good water card you play to extra normal summon. Yeah, okay. I don't think this card is too great. This card is also not good. You would never play this card if it wasn't searchable for free. The Ice Doll, I think, seems kind of wonky, but I think it's actually a playable card if there is a good home for it. Right? It's a good card if there's a home for it. I think we can agree on that. But at the same time, as like a water extender that you special summon by discarding another water monster, it does compete with something like Swap Frog, which is usually a better card. But I will say this this card does discard for cost, right? So for something like Mermail, it would activate, right? It would activate Mermail monsters if you discard them for cost. Now, I don't think Mermail needs this kind of card, just something worth noting. Ice Doll is a target for Idea. And then what? Well, it's a cool card. Okay. And I think that is all the things that we have for new cards that I may have missed or may have not missed. The machines. Oh, is there more? Hold up. Let me see. Let me scroll through. Dory53, thank you for the 11 months. The text-to-speech goes kind of crazy if you use it in German. I'm not going to any regionals this year anymore, I think. There's a German Open in Frankfurt, which is kind of close to me. But it's on the it's right after I come back from the US from YCS Anaheim, so I think it's going to be a little too stressful for me. So I'm currently not planning to go to any regionals this year. Okay, there is one more wave of support for Motor. Okay. Motor Kaiser. Faith, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Level 5 Dark Machine, 2000 attack, 1400 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a Dark Machine monster. Okay, but it's a level 5, so you have to like probably normal summon another monster, not itself. You can target a monster you control, destroy it, then you can special summon an engine token in attack position. Okay, this card is double summon in the year 2025. But it's even worse because it's double summon that only works for Dark Machines. I guess you don't lose the card though, because it stays revealed, like you reveal it in your hand, you don't have to activate it. but it's not a very good card, I don't think. Okay. 2/1 Repair Job. Normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name per turn and only once that turn. Banish a Dark Machine monster from your graveyard. Special summon a monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard that mentions engine token. Okay, so you can tutor this card out. What other cards make engine tokens? Oh, this thing. During your end phase, special summon an engine token. Once per turn, you can have this card gain 1000 attack. During the end phase, if the effect of this card was used, destroy this card. Okay, this card is terrible. Okay. If a face-up Dark Machine monster you control is sent to the grave while this card's in your grave, except by battle, you can banish this card, special summon an engine token. If a face-up Dark Machine you control is sent to the grave, except by battle... Okay. This card is not terrible, because it's like an emergency teleport that then later on will also give you a token for link climbing. The only problem is the deck that you have to play this in, right? Orchest Extender. I mean, but you don't want to banish your Dark Machines in Orchest from the graveyard, right? Like, you don't want to do that. Scrap Garage. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a face-up machine monster you control is destroyed by battle or effect, target up to 3 Dark Machine monsters in your graveyard, special summon them, but change their attack def to 0. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a machine monster you control, destroy it. Aha. Today's a weird day in terms of the reveals that I'm looking at right now, because it just feels like there's a whole lot of nothing for the most part. Like, there's some of this stuff I like want to think about and want to think how you can use it, and it's like kind of cool, but I'm also 99% sure that it's not going to be relevant because it's just not good enough. It's a lot of like, it feels like it's just pack filler after pack filler after pack filler. Even though some of them are more interesting than others, nothing is truly good. Like, there was like, what was there? One good DDD card? And we've looked at like 15 or 20 cards now. And like, okay. All right, okay. Okay. Now, another thing that happened that we can get an update on while YCS Bologna happened is we have a new update over from the OCG, and I'm actually looking at this with quite a bit of interest because, once again, Ryzeal and Maliss format is something that I will have to get into very, very soon. We will start looking into it probably today, and we will probably start doing some remote testing for it like tomorrow. Because YCS Anaheim is in 1.5 weeks, and these cards are coming out next week, and they will be legal. So this is our next big change in the format. So for the OCG, there seems to have been a little bit of a shift. Now Ryzeal is still the most popular deck in the metagame, but I feel like, let me just confirm that this is not, that I'm not misremembering, but I feel like Ryzeal's numbers were higher. Yeah, they were higher than that. Okay, the last one had them at 36%. They've lost a whopping 10% going into this week. So maybe Ryzeal was not as oppressive as we thought all along, which, I mean, some of the OCG players have been saying that anyways. Like, we kind of know that Ryzeal is a good deck, but not like the craziest deck out there. It has gotten a little bit better, I guess, with 26%. And we've got Maliss in second, and we've got Blue Eyes in third, actually putting up solid numbers. So let's see what this is about. Maybe this is the first metagame report, I haven't looked at it yet, but I have some hopes that this is the first metagame report in like weeks that will include a third deck that's worth mentioning with its own text and everything that is not Ryzeal or Maliss. Right? And then we've got 5% Atlantean, 5% Snake Eye, 5% Voiceless, 5% White Forest, 3.5% Memento, and some others. Okay. And the others include Centurion, Tenpai, Yubel, Branded, Lab, all that kind of stuff. Crystron. Okay. Ryzeal. Dimension Shifter is making a return to the side deck as we are seeing an increase in decks that rely on the graveyard, namely Blue Eyes, Atlantean, Snake Eye, White Forest, and Memento. Retaliating Sea also seeing a resurgence against fusion decks, namely against Snake Eye and White Forest, which are using the Azamina package as well as Memento. Ui went 7-1 and finished second in the 44th Ram Cup individual tournament, which had 77 participants. Okay, so we are noticing a couple of things here once again, and I've talked about this in the past, so we're not going to spend too much time on it. But the first thing that is apparent in Ryzeal format is that when Ryzeal is the most dominant deck, you are not actually forced to play infinite hand traps, right? If you compare this list to the stuff that's been happening at YCS Bologna, right? This list has 13 hand traps, which is still a good amount, but it is almost half of what we've been doing at the YCS. And it also includes only, like, literally only 6 hand traps that immediately stop your opponent, Ash and Imperm, right? There's also Nib, which is kind of situational. There's Fuvalos and Maxi, which even though they're both very powerful, they do let your opponent play a little bit. Fuvalos more so than Maxi, but okay. And it's also actually, this feels like it's the most healthy Ryzeal list I've seen ever. There's no Scythe here. There's only 1 D barrier. But okay, there's Shifter for some of these graveyard decks, but like overall, surely this is the most healthy Ryzeal deck that I've seen in a while. Maybe the OCG is healing, and maybe Ryzeal and Maliss could also help the TCG heal, but we will see. Maliss. Similarly, Maliss could be seen running Dimension Shifter in the main deck. Dominus Impulse in the side deck, together with Dimension Shifter, are vital against the rest of the decks that are not Ryzeal or Maliss. That is something important to point out with Dominus Impulse. I have heard that its usage has gone down in the OCG because it's not as good against Ryzeal. And that is something that we're going to take a look at when we look into Ryzeal later today. Yeah, Maliss. I don't have as much understanding for Maliss yet, like how this deck exactly functions, but Maliss scares me. Maliss scares me a little bit. And there we go, Blue Eyes. We finally have a third deck getting its own section here. Supreme Darkness gave Blue Eyes a boost in the form of a new Primite card. Primite Another Barrel. I think that's this guy over here. Primite Another Barrel is a Primite card, allowing it to be searched with Primite Lordly Load. When Primite Another Barrel is normal summoned, its first effect can set a Primite spell trap from the deck, which could be Primite Lordly Load if you didn't open with it, or Primite Drill Beam as a disruption during the opponent's turn. Primite Another Barrel is a level 4 dragon monster that allows it to be used to link summon Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Primite Blue Eyes plays as a mid-range deck. Using Lordly Load's third effect comes with a drawback that makes you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field this turn. But this drawback is minimized as the deck would typically end on Hieratic Seals or Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Both have quick effects which activate on the opponent's turn. The Primite cards have raised the floor of the Blue Eyes deck as it could end on Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spears with a set Trill Beam when hit by Maxi or Fuvalos. Okay. So, yeah, we're playing Primite Blue Eyes in the OCG now, I guess, with Lordly Load. The Primite cards in general, I think, are solid. I think they're good cards. I've seen people mess around with them. Like I've seen like a Primite Bystial Fiendsmith kind of pile, which also looked good. I looked into it before YCS Bologna, but I decided Cash Tira cards were better. But I think the Primite cards have some potential. I think it's a good engine. But it seems like this might be one of them. Now, Dominus Purge, as opposed to Dominus Impulse, I think is a card that will be very good in crossover breakers format. Because against Ryzeal, Dominus Purge actually is quite nice. This deck seems also very cool, I think. Yeah. Look, honestly, I think the next couple of sets, at least the way I perceive them right now, the way I perceive it right now, the way I anticipate it, is I think the design has improved from Snake Eye and Yubel. I think we're looking into a time where if the ban list gets rid of Snake Eye, Yubel, and even Tenpai a little bit, I think we're looking into a future where 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, I think it's going to be better. I think it's going to be a lot better than 2024. A lot of these decks that I'm looking at right now, they look a lot more fun to play with and play against than what Snake Eyes do, what Yubel do, what Tenpai do. So that's like, just yeah, I'm just getting that kind of feeling, which is obviously something I'm hoping for. It's not something I know for sure, but yeah. All right, that's the OCG report. Based. Conclusion: Ryzeal and Maliss continue to be the top 2 decks, but Supreme Darkness came with more surprises than initially anticipated as players discover new strategies. Primite Blue Eyes is looking to be a decent contender in the format behind Ryzeal and Maliss, and Atlantean has also made quite a splash in the format. However, Dimension Shifter is making a return to the format, and we will have to see if these decks will still be able to stand up against the counter tech. All right, yeah, I mean, Dimension Shifter is a little bit of a Troll Despair development, but yeah. Yeah, Maliss is also the one that scares me the most. But other than that, like Ryzeal and Blue Eyes, those seem like cool decks. Like Primite, Blue Eyes, and Ryzeal, I think is gonna be cool. All right. Speaking of that, why don't we do a little bit more research? Hold up. Then just yapping about it in theory, okay? Like we have sample deck lists now, and I want to do a little bit of learning these cards myself. Because once again, and I would love for this to be like before we go into this, I want to say a few things. I would love for this to be more like a classroom where I teach you guys about what all of this stuff does. But genuinely, I've been so caught up with Bologna prep and all that kind of stuff that I haven't looked into it enough myself yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to understand the concept together. And then tomorrow, I'm going to try and play with these decks for the first time, right? So yeah, I like roughly I know what these cards do, but I am not on the point, like I'm not at the point where I can teach you guys how to play this deck or anything like that, right? Like I know it's like a very efficient rank 4 spam deck and so on and so forth, but I'm trying to understand and look how these decks are built and all that kind of stuff. All right, so why don't we go and walk through it? I know that X Ryzeal, and we can also, let me pull up the names for these cards in the TCG because there was influencer openings, I think. We know the rarities of these as well. Let me see if I can find an article for it real quick so we can look at it. Crossover breakers, names, and rarities. Well, I think this name is actually correct. So for Ryzeal, Sword Ryzeal is an ultra rare. Which one is Sword Ryzeal? Ice Ryzeal, Node, Duo Drive. Detonator. This one is Sword Ryzeal. Okay. Okay. So I already know that you don't play this guy. This guy you don't play, everything else you do play. Which, by the way, this showcases how you can make an archetype work even if there's only 10 cards, right? Which is something that goes against, like, oh, how are they going to make a TCG exclusive archetype work with only 14 cards? Well, I mean, the secret is you need to make all of them good, or at least like 9 out of 10, right? But yeah, okay. Main deck monsters. Let me sort these a little bit. Ice Ryzeal. Sword Ryzeal. Then extra deck, duo drive and detonator, plug-in, cross, plasma hole. Okay. Okay, so the main deck monsters, and I know that much, is you play 3 sword, 3 eyes, and 3 X'd. X'd Ryzeal. Okay. You can special summon this card from your hand by sending an Exceed monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except rank 4 Exceeds monsters. You can only special summon X Ryzeals once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special summoned and all face-up monsters you control are level or rank 4, you can add a Fire Thunder from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of X Ryzeal once per turn. Okay, so there is light pyros in this deck, which are ice and X, and then there is fire thunders, which are sword and node. So this guy is both starter and extender, because it works when you've already, like, you can use it as an extender or you can start your turn with it. And I do know that the reason why this card is particularly good is because it doesn't start a chain to summon. It's like Dia Bellstar. You just put it onto the field by sending a card from the extra deck to the graveyard. And obviously the main thing that people play for this is Meteorologic Aggregator. Is there any other targets that people use in conjunction with this card? Let me look. I don't think so. I think most of this is stuff that you just make. Or for the 7th Tachyon. The Eclipse Twin, yes, but we will not get this one yet. Right, we will not get this one. Toad sometimes because it can recycle itself. Okay, fair enough. I haven't seen people use Toad, but that I could see that. Okay, so the beauty of this card is that it's a starter, it's an extender, and it can even help you break some boards because you can special it by sending this card from your extra deck to the graveyard, which if you're going second, you can immediately negate the effect of a card. And I also know that you can, even when you're going first and you send Meteorologic Aggregator, you can attach it to some of your Exceeds later on to get the negate again, right? So very good card, right? And then we have Ice Ryzeal, which is the other pyro monster. So this is a bonfire target, and this is also a bonfire target. You can special summon this card from your hand by sending a card from your hand or field to the graveyard. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except rank 4. You can only special summon Ice Ryzeal once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special, you can special a Ryzeal from your deck except Ice Ryzeal. Not normal or special, just normal. So the interesting thing about this card is that you always want to normal summon this, but it has a special summon option. The quote-unquote cool part about this is that you probably can often use 2 copies of this in the same turn. Like, you start by normal summoning one, and then if you can get your hands on another one because you drew 2, or because you can search another one, you can still special summon that one. And it's obviously a phenomenal starter, because you just normal summon it to special a Ryzeal from your deck, except Ice Ryzeal. And then Sword Ryzeal. If you have a Ryzeal monster on the field or in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summoned this way, you're locked into rank 4s. You can only special summon Sword Ryzeal once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special, you can add a light pyro from your deck to your hand. So this card is also a starter, but I do know that this card's 1-card combo is slightly weaker than the other ones. And then there's Node Ryzeal, which is just a one-off because it's not a starter itself. If you have an Exceed on the field or in the graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summoned this way, can't summon from the extra deck except rank 4, blah, blah. You can only special summon Node once per turn this way. You can send the card from your hand or field to the graveyard, then target a Ryzeal monster in your graveyard except Node. Special summon it in defense position, but its effects are negated. You can only use this effect once per turn. So this is good because it's an extender and a revive, and it gives you grind game. So like it's a one-off that everyone I've seen like use one copy of this, but never like more. So a brick, you do not understand the definition of a brick. I'm sorry, this card is not a brick. This card is an extender, and that's a difference. It's not a one card starter, but it's still a good card. Like it's still a good card to have if any of the other cards in your hand play. It's a major difference between just being a brick. I'm confused. What makes those cards good seems to be nothing more than rank 4 spam. So we'll get to that in a moment. But fundamentally, you are right. But we'll talk about why they're still good in a moment. They have their own Exceed monsters, 2 of them, which are both very, very strong. Ryzeal Detonator needs 2 or more level 4 Ryzeals. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can detach your material from this card, then target a card on the field, destroy it. This effect is not once per turn. So you can, whenever your opponent does something, whenever your opponent moves, you detach to destroy. And you can easily get this card to multiple materials. You can only use each of the following effects of Detonator once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can attach a monster from your graveyard to this card as material. This is how you get Meteorologic Aggregator back as a material. You send it with Ice Ryzeal, no, with X Ryzeal. You send Aggregator, and then you can reattach it to Detonator, and then you can detach it to destroy a card and negate another card's effect. If an Exceed monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach a material from this card instead. So it also has a small protection effect. So what you're trying to set up in Ryzeal every time you go first is you try to set up a Detonator with 3 materials, because you make it with 2, and then you attach the Aggregator. And then you have like multiple disruptions off of this one card on the opponent's turn. And then there's Ryzeal Duo Drive, which is generic. That one does not need Ryzeals. It's 2+ level 4 monsters. For each material attached to this card, monsters you control gain 100 attack. Also, monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can attach a Ryzeal monster from your graveyard to this card as material. During your main phase, you can detach 2 materials from your Xyz monsters, and if you do, add 2 Ryzeal cards with different names from your deck to your hand. Now, obviously, a rank 4 that can add 2 cards from your deck to your hand is very powerful. We don't have to talk about why this is good. But one thing that is important to note about this card is that it works like Gigantic Sprite. It does not detach for cost, it detaches for effect. It also does not have to detach from itself. So there's a few things worth noting, mainly about like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, which is a card that has been kind of popular at the moment, and it can be useful against Ryzeal, because if you can Ghost Ogre this card, they will not be able to search. Unless they have like another Exceed monster already on the board, then they can just detach from that one to search 2 cards. But theoretically, Ghost Ogre can destroy and prevent this card from searching. So that is worth noting. Yeah, so that is that. I think the next one to read that makes sense is Ryzeal Cross. Ryzeal Cross is their field spell and says you cannot Exceed summon monsters with the same name as a card you control. This just makes it so you cannot summon multiple detonators. You can target 2 Ryzeal cards in your graveyard except Ryzeal Cross. Place them on the bottom of the deck in any order, then draw a card. You can only use this effect once per turn. Once per turn, when an opponent's activated monster effect resolves, you can detach a material from your Ryzeal Xyz monster, and if you do, negate that effect. So, this card... this card is very good But this card is only being played as a 1 of, maybe 2 of, because of how fragile, like, it's not a starter, essentially, right? It's not a starter, and that's the only bad thing about this card. It's a really, really good card, but it does not start your plays. And for the most part, the Ryzeal decks that I've seen, they prefer trying to get access to this card via their free search, right? Like, you're going to search it off of Duo Drive, you're going to put it onto the field, you're going to put 2 Ryzeals back, draw a card, and then you're going to have a monster effect negation up with the field spell, right? It's a really, really good card, but it's not a starter, so that's why it's not a 3 of usually. But the most important thing about this card, I think, is that it negates in resolution. So you don't, there's a few things about this, and it's gonna be obvious why it matters when we talk about some of these other cards, but you do not have to have a material on an Exceed monster when you want to negate a monster effect on activation. You just have to have one in resolution, and this matters especially with Ryzeal plugin. Ryzeal plugin is a quick play spell that says target an Exceed monster or Ryzeal monster in your graveyard or banishment, special summon it, then you can attach a Ryzeal card from your deck to your rank 4 Exceed monster as material. Also, you can't declare an attack for the rest of the turn except with rank 4 monsters. The way you can use this card and this card together to play around something like Nibiru, I can, like, let's walk through a hypothetical turn how like a Ryzeal deck could play, right? So you would start with some of your, doesn't matter which one you start with, but you would like make Ryzeal Duo Drive. You would use Ryzeal Duo Drive, detach 2 materials, and then you could say you could search plugin and the field spell, right? Because you get 2 searches. At that point, because you've detached both materials from Duo Drive, you will not have an Xyz material on the field at the moment to negate a monster effect. But because you have Ryzeal plugin, you can still continue playing without playing into Nibiru. And the reason why that works is because of how Ryzeal Cross is worded. Because what happens is, if you keep playing after you've resolved your Duo Drive and you've activated your field spell, and then you summon for the 5th time, and your opponent goes activate Nib, you can go chain Ryzeal plugin, revive a Ryzeal monster, and then you attach a Ryzeal card from your deck to your Duo Drive. You can attach to the Duo Drive, and then in resolution you will have an Xyz material to detach to negate. Duo Drive can also have 3 materials. That is true, but sometimes, depending on, like, sometimes people play around Ghost Ogre by not activating the first effect of Duo Drive. But like, it's yes, you are right. If there is a Ryzeal monster in your graveyard already, you can attach it. But you also, I think sometimes you also just summon Ryzeal Duo Drive without attaching from the graveyard because there's nothing in the graveyard yet. But yeah, that is the main way how this deck can interact with Nibiru, is just negating it on resolution. And all you have to do for that is like keep the Ryzeal plugin in hand and not use it before you have another Exceed with material on the board. And then the last card that's seeing play is Ryzeal Plasma Hole. We will not talk about this card's original name in the OCG or whatever they called it. Target face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of Ryzeal Xyz you control, destroy them. Then you can attach a Ryzeal card from your graveyard to your rank 4 Xyz monster as material. You can banish this card from your graveyard immediately after this effect resolves. Xyz summon using monsters you control, including a Ryzeal monster. You can only use each effect once per turn. This card is very relevant in multiple ways. Obviously, Ryzeal Duo Drive is able to search it on the first turn to set it up as a disruption. However, I've looked into some of the combo lines for the deck already, and some of the lines that people are recommending are where you don't actually search this card, but instead you attach it to your detonator or your Duo Drive with Ryzeal plugin. on the opponent's turn. Like they do what I said earlier, right? They will search, cross, and plugin, and then they will use plugin to attach the plasma hole to their Ryzeal Exceed monster on the field, which means that after you detach it or after you get outed on that monster, this card will be in your graveyard and you will be able to quick exceed on the opponent's turn. And obviously, you can summon all kinds of things on the opponent's turn. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this. Like you can do some tricks where if your opponent attacks you, you can make Zeus in your opponent's battle phase, which is very cool. You can make Typhon even if they go into their extra deck too much and they're playing a deck that's weak to Typhon, you can make Typhon on the opponent's turn. You can also make all the rank 4 toolboxes in the world, right? Like you can make Baguska, you can make Dweller if against the matchup. You can make Exciton Knight to blow up the board if they ever play into it. So there's a lot of cool stuff. I think there is an important thing to note though with Baguska, which I was wondering yesterday when I started looking into these cards. But here's a question that I wasn't 100% sure. I mean, I have my opinion on how I think it works, but I'm not sure. But Baguska reads the following, right? While this card is in face-up defense position, change all face-up monsters on the field to defense position. Also, negate the activated effects of monsters that were in defense position when that effect is activated. If my opponent, for example, simple example, I have 2 level 4s on the field. My opponent normal summons, I don't know, Tour Guide from the Underworld. And I chain Ryzeal Plasma Hole to Exceed Summon Baguska, which will turn the Tour Guide to defense position. The way I interpret it, it would not negate the Tour Guide because when it activated, it was in attack position. Right? So that is something worth noting. That is something worth noting is that you can't really use it as an insta negate. Right? Like, because the card was in attack position when it was activated. It's the same reason, like the other way around, when something like Lone Fire Blossom tributes itself and is no longer on the field, but it is still negated by Baguska, right? Because it was in defense position when it activated. This is the same example, but the other way around, because the game still knows, okay, this card was not in defense when it activated. It was in attack. So that is something worth noting. That's something I think that a lot of people will mess up when this comes out because like you're just so used like Baguska is there, everything in defense is negated. Not exactly how it works. Not exactly how it works. So that's important to point out. So and this is unironically, this is it about Ryzeal. Look, this is an example Ryzeal list. 3 ice, 3 X, 3 sword, 1 node, 2 field spells in this case, 1 plugin, and 1 trap. And that's it. Now, they do play a card called 7th Tachyon, which is basically a Rhoda for the deck that we don't have yet. So we can ignore that. However, we do have 3 copies of Bonfire instead. So our deck is just going to look like, I think in the beginning, our deck is going to look the exact same. Like the decks that people are going to start experimenting with are going to look very similar to this, right? It's going to be 10 Ryzeal monsters, 3 bonfires, 1 copy of the quick play spell, 1 to 2 copy of the field spell, and it seems like 1 copy of the trap is standard. And then the rest of the deck is basically up for, it can be non-engine, and I mean, maybe people are going to try to find, I've seen people play Small World for more consistency, because admittedly, it's a little low on starters. Unironically, it's a little low on starters. You have 9 of these Ryzeal monsters will start your combos. The one of Node will not do a combo on its own. So that's 9 copies plus the 3 bonfires is going to be 12 for us. And that's it. Right? Like, that is about it with the 1 card starters for Ryzeal, unless you want to play other engines, right? There is other engines in the game that technically can get you started, right? Like anything that makes a 1-card rank 4 can be a starter for Ryzeal because of Ryzeal Duo Drive being a generic rank 4, right? Like I've seen people play I've seen people play the spirits, right? Aratama and Sakitama. I've seen people play the shark package around. There's a shark in Rhoda that's a 1-card rank 4 that locks you into exceeds. That kind of stuff, right? So there is ways you can make this work, but that is basically the concept of the deck. It's basically the concept of the deck, and so what I want to talk about now is why is this concept good? Like, why is this concept good when there's like seemingly just a rank 4 spam here that ends on, unironically, this ends on a really, really fair board. It ends on a really, really fair board because what you end on is a detonator, a Ryzeal plugin, and a hole thruster that's probably attached to your detonator at some point after you use the plugin. So I think it's a valid question to be like, hey, why is this deck this powerful in the OCG? When that's all it does. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think this deck, the reason why this deck is good, give me a second. The reason why this deck is good is the same reason why this deck won YCS Bologna. Quite simply, because this deck is the same concept as Ryzeal, but just like a little bit ahead of its time. Similar to the Fiendsmith Kashtira deck that I also played. But like, literally, in a world where decks like Snake Eye and Yubel, and in the OCG it's Maliss currently, right? There are some combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh right now that will just do crazy, crazy, crazy things if you let them play. But if you can stop them, then all you need is a consistent engine that is efficient, doesn't play a whole bunch of bricks or engine requirements, and can outgrind people. And that's what Ryzeal does. Ryzeal is very, very efficient. Like you look at it and it's like, okay, we have 9 starters that are all good to draw. We have Node that is not a starter, but still not bad to draw as long as you have any of your other cards. Like it's a good extender. It's not a dead draw. It's not like hard drawing a brick. It's actually solid if you have ways to play the game. And your engine requirements are relatively minimal, right? Like you have the Ryzeal trap card, which if you draw it, it's not the end of the world. As long as you can put an Exceed onto the board, it's going to be a good draw. You have a quick play Monster Reborn, which is also not a bad card. And then you have a field spell that is also like all of that. And I think that's the key to the Ryzeal success, is that all of its engine requirements, because it has engine requirements, but all of its engine requirements are actually good as long as you can just play the game. Like it's actually, if you draw the field spell, it's not bad for you as long as you can play. If you draw the Reborn spell, it's not bad for you. It's just an extender. So like this deck has literally 0 actual bricks, right? Like there's no card in here that is like a Flamberge Dragon. That'll basically be, I mean, 99% of the time bad for you if you draw it. Like all of the cards that are engine requirements in this deck are still good as long as you can play. And this just allows this deck to be very, very efficient with its draws and with its hands. Like it really is as close as it gets. Like I can't find a better comparison, but like the reason why this deck is good is the reason why this deck is good. And it even goes, the similarities don't stop here, because the Ryzeal deck is also, I think, like mostly okay into most hand traps. Master Keys, thank you for the 8 months, and A-Rock, thank you for the 18 months as well. Because I'm trying to think, because I have mixed feelings on how to interact with this deck. Like, people are saying, I hear left and right, hand traps are not good against Ryzeal, right? Hand traps are not good against Ryzeal because they can push through them super easily, and so on and so forth. At the same time, I am looking at this deck and I'm like, okay, if my opponent starts with Bonfire and I have Ash Blossom, some people will say, just hold your Ash Blossom for the duo drive. And maybe that's correct. Maybe it is correct. At the same time, if you Ash Bonfire, there's only 9 cards in their deck. I mean, only 9 is that like, well, there's the deck doesn't have as many starters. Like 12 starters is not crazy in the TCG, right? 12 starters is not that crazy. So like the chances that they can push through 1 or 2 hand traps if you just hand trap their little guys is not that low. At the same time, you are playing a dangerous game, right? Like it is kind of like Sprite. It is kind of like Sprite, where, like, let's say your opponent normal summons Nimble Beaver, and you're like, well, I could imperm that, but if they have the Sprite Blue in hand, then they will just create infinitely more cards. So I also want to imperm the Sprite Blue, or Ash the Sprite Blue. But if I imperm, even if I imperm the Nimble Beaver, and then I imperm the Sprite Blue, they can still make Gigantic and summon Sprite Jet, or whatever other level 2 they want. And they still end on the board, and they still get more cards. And this kind of feels like that, right? Like your opponent normal summons in Ryzeal. Let's say they normal summon Ice. They normal summon Ice, and you decide to imperm it. And then they go, okay, you have impermed my Ice Ryzeal. Because I now have a Ryzeal monster on the field, I will special summon Sword. And Sword activates its effect to add a light pyro from your deck to your hand. Do you stop that? Probably not. But if you don't stop that, then they will get a free X Ryzeal, because that's a light pyro. So they will have another extender ready to go. That'll add another Fire Thunder. Right? So like, if you imperm the Ice Ryzeal, you risk getting completely blown out by a Sword Ryzeal in their hand. Because if they have Sword Ryzeal, that is an insane extender in that scenario, right? It's literally, it is very much level 4 sprites. It is very much level 4 sprites. With like, you know, you would be, if you are trying to hand trap the little guys, I think more often than not, it's going to be very risky. And it's going to be very, very, like sometimes they just pass, right? Like, just like against Sprite. Sometimes you imperm the Nimble Beaver, and then they will just pass. And it's like, okay, well, didn't have a Sprite monster. But most of the time, they will do something, right? Yeah. So that is why I think the deck is so popular in the OCG right now. Like, it's a combination of all those factors, right? It's like, it's relatively straightforward to play, unironically. There's a very small card pool here with Ryzeal cards. So like each individual, like each time you resolve one of these cards, it's not super deep what you're trying to get. If you normal summon Ice Ryzeal, most of the time, you're going to summon Sword or X, depending on which one you have in hand. If you have X already in hand, you're going to summon Sword. If you have Sword already in hand, you're going to summon X. It's a simple flowchart, right? And it also doesn't feel like you have to mesmerize infinite combos for this deck, because it is so straightforward, and there isn't like the combos. And this is why it feels like refreshing sometimes to even look at Ryzeal games and stuff, because the combos don't have 20 steps. Can you believe that? It's literally like the combo that I saw yesterday. The combo I saw yesterday let me see if I can still like you normal summon Ice Ryzeal, special summon X Ryzeal. X Ryzeal adds Sword Ryzeal. Then you can make Duo Drive with Ice and X. You search plugin and cross. Then you activate cross. Use special sword. Sword adds. What does sword add? Sword adds ice that you can extend with, I guess. And then I think or X. Have we summoned X yet? But node, you cannot search node with sword. Ah, but you can go ice. No, you go ice, special sword. Sword add X. Make duo drive. Search 2. Special X. Search node. That's the way you do it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have the cards here. Hold up. Give me a moment, actually. I have the cards here. We can look at it. I can turn on my camera and we can actually do it. Give me a moment. Maybe we should do that. I should have prepared that. My bad. Give me a moment. Okay, this is X Ryzeal, this is Sword Ryzeal, this is Ice Ryzeal, then we've got Detonators and Duo Drive, we've got the Hole, we've got 1 or 2 copies of the Field Spell, we got Plugin, this guy you don't play, and we got 1 node. Right? Simple as that. Okay, so I have the effects up on the screen for me. Let me actually unsleeve. What website did you buy the OCG cards again? I got these from Holon Card Shop. Okay. So in the simple example, right? In the simple example where you start with Ice Ryzeal, you would special Sword Ryzeal. Sword Ryzeal then adds X Ryzeal. You make Duo Drive. You detach 2 from Duo Drive. You add plugin and cross. You activate cross. And you hold the plugin in your hand, which means at this point you are Nibiru safe, right? You are Nibiru safe from this point on. You can then special X Ryzeal by sending Mereologic Aggregator from the extra deck to the graveyard. Let me see if I can pick aggregator. You send Aggregator from the extra deck to the graveyard. You use X's effect to add a Fire Thunder, in which case you add Node. And Node goes, if you have an Exceed on the field, you can special summon it. And then I'm not sure if you even use its effect. Because you can send a card from your hand or field to the graveyard, then target a Ryzeal in your grave, except Node, special summon it. I don't know. But you can make Detonator here. And attach the Aggregator. Actually, I think you use the node to exchange this with a level 4 from the graveyard. Because I think it's better to have a level 4 in the graveyard. But then you would get nibbed, right? Dugaris. I've seen some people make Dugaris, yeah. I've seen some people make Dugaris. You use node by sending duo drive? Okay, so you are here. You've just added these two and you still have X in hand, right? And these two in the graveyard. You go X, send aggregator, and then you send this to revive 1. And you have the node in hand, right? Ah, then you make Dugaris? Okay, I see. You make... Okay, I gotta find Dugaris. Right, you go Dugaris, you draw 2 or what? You draw 2, discard 1. And then you special this. Do you send Dugaris to make detonator then? I think so. So literally, this is something like this could easily be your end board. You can summon node, send duo drive to revive, make detonator, then you have 1 detonator plus a level 4, you set plugin. Yes, but then, yeah, you could. Because if they nib you, you can still chain the plugin, right? Detonator plus 1 level 4 is better. So what you're saying is ice, special Thor sword, search X, make duo, detach 2, search field and plugin, activate field, special X, search node, send aggregator, then special node, use node to send duo drive to revive a level 4. And then if they nib you here, you can chain plugin to revive this, right? And attach to it, and then you can negate with the field spell. Right? So that's why keeping this in hand at this point will let you play around Nibiru. And then you just want to turn these two into detonator. And detonator is going to attach the aggregator to itself. And I guess you could, if you wanted to, draw a card with the field spell now. Right? But then you would lose all the Ryzeals in your graveyard. You would lose the target for this on the opponent's turn, which I guess could still be okay. Because you can, as soon as you detach one from this, you then have a target. Okay? You could activate plugin now to make a rank 4. Like you could make a plugin, you could make plugin now, and plugin would allow you to detach one from the deck, right? And then you would attach the plasma hole to this. The reason why I think the reason why people are not doing this immediately is because I think it might be better to just exceed summon on the opponent's turn instead of now, right? Because if you exceed now, you don't know exactly what kind of situation you're in and what kind of exceed you want to make yet. Like you don't want a Baguska here because then it would stop your own detonator from working. You also don't know if Dweller is going to be good in the matchup yet if it's game 1, right? So like I think a better way to play this is to just leave this, to just set the plugin and pass. And then on your opponent's turn, like there's a couple of things that you can do, right? Like if you start with plugin to revive and attach the trap card to detonator, now your board is a lot harder to out, because as soon as you detach the trap off of the detonator, or they out it, let's say they Slayer it, right? Ultimate Slayer is a very popular card in the format. Let's say they Ultimate Slayer your detonator away. The trap card goes to your graveyard, and you can actually remake the detonator to have it again, right? Or you can make Dweller if you see your opponent is playing a graveyard deck, or you can make Baguska if you see your opponent's deck is super weak to it. There's not really a downside to waiting. Because you don't have to decide on your turn 1 if you can just decide on your turn 2 with the trap card. So why would you do it on the first turn if you can just do it on the next turn? So essentially, and this is the crazy part about this deck, is that your end board literally looks something like this. And it doesn't even get that much more crazy if you have multiple starters. Like if you have multiple starters, maybe there will be like a rank 4 next to it or something like that, is how I would imagine it. But it's just like, yeah. It's funny how that works, you know, how like this deck is supposed to be the best deck. It is really like a modern version of Trident Pass. Unironically, it's modern Trident Pass. This with 4 hand traps. I mean, yeah, of course. This with 4 hand traps is going to be good. That it's a good deck. We know it's a good deck, right? But I understand the confusion of people that if you just look at this deck in a vacuum and you look at its combos, you're like, how is this the best deck in 2024? Right? How is this supposed to be the best deck if this is what it does? And the answer is that mid-range end boards are not always the same. It really depends on what your deck looks like in order to make a mid-range end board, right? Like, because you can ask the same question if you look at a Centurion board, for example. But like the honest answer about Centurion, why Centurion is only a tier 2 deck and not the best deck in the format, is because Centurion has more engine requirements that are worse to draw, and also has way worse extenders, and the quality of their cards is just small. Like, it's just not the same quality, right? Like, this card is literally like, this card's tour guide for the deck. This card is a crazy extender, and also like this card is almost freaking circular. This card is also a really good extender and starter. And then there's this guy who's also here, I guess, as an extender. But like, Centurion is like mostly normal summons, and this deck has like 1 dedicated normal summon. And that's the main difference. Like, the amount of engine requirements and the ability to push through your opponent's hand traps and stuff like that is what makes this deck so good, right? But I think it's one of those decks where really I can kind of see why it's good, but at the same time, I think it's one that you have to experience a little bit to see exactly how good it can work. And I think that is something we're gonna try tomorrow. I'm gonna sit down tonight. I'm gonna make a post on my Discord. I'm gonna look for some people who have some of the current meta decks, like Snake Eye variants, Yubel, Centurion, and I'm gonna build a Ryzeal deck with the cards that I have, and we're gonna play it a little bit tomorrow. And we might do the same with Maliss also. I'm not sure. I might stream on Friday or on Saturday, because it might be Saturday actually, but like, I might be live on the weekend at some point, because I haven't been streaming the last couple of days, and I won't be live much next week as well, because I'm going to YCS Anaheim. So I'm thinking about doing a replacement stream on the weekend, and we can just like play Ryzeal and play Maliss a little bit. Yeah. And literally, I think in terms of like Ryzeal, this is already, I guess, what you have to know before you can start testing it. I think like I genuinely, I feel like I could take a Ryzeal deck and play a couple of games with it. And the cool thing about this deck, I guess, is that these boards are super breakable. Of course, the deck is going to be backing it up with non-engine, but like, the boards themselves are very, very mid-rangey and inherently like beatable, which I think is going to be interesting. The only thing, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm looking at these lists and I'm not sure if I'm happy with the consistency of this deck, because I mean we can use a little tool to calculate odds, but like for the TCG, if you go ahead and you play a 40 card Ryzeal deck with just the 12 starters that you have, I feel like you'd be bricking a little bit too much. I feel like you would open like, okay, so hold up. You have 40 cards in your deck. You have Ryzeal starters. You have 12 of them. You have an 85% chance to open one, which is good. It is good, but you also have to realize that in a format where everyone plays hand traps, drawing exactly one starter is not great, right? Also, 85, you say it's high, it's not. 85 is not enough in my liking. 85 is not good enough. 85 means roughly 1 out of 6 games in a tournament, you are just passing going first. So even though 85% seems like a very high number for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, and because in a deck like this one, it is quite literally, if you open a play, you play. If you don't open one of those cards, you do nothing. You literally do nothing. If this deck on the screen right now does not open one of its starters, you pass the turn. Okay? So like, you definitely want to see a higher number than 85. So you can do something like, I've seen people play Small World to up it to like 91. I've seen people play Pot of Desires, which can sometimes be annoying, but the list here is even doing it as well. So yeah, Desires definitely works, because I mean, I guess you can live with banishing your one-off trap card or something like that. It would be annoying, but you know, the thing is like, if you can already play, you can even like get your one-offs out of your deck before you Desires, and then just draw more non-engine. That also works. But generally, I think these sort of numbers, like 12 or even 13, if you count Pot of Prosperity as a starter, right? 87% is not enough, in my opinion. Like that means 1 out of 8 games going first, you just pass the turn without doing anything. It's not good enough, I think. Not quite. So what I have seen people do, because I have gone and checked some of the lists that people have built for the TCG. Like I said, I saw people use Desires. I saw people use Small World. I saw some people use other rank 4 engines, like the Sharks or the Spirits. And that is also valid. So yeah, what's enough in your book? I mean, I haven't been playing decks like this much. Like most of the time, the Fiendsmith Kashtira decks that I played at YCS Bologna was one of the first like 1-card combo decks that I played in a while, I think. I guess Centurion kind of counts as well, but like my feeling is you want at least 90%. If you don't have 90%, it's rough. Right? Like for example, the Fiendsmith Kashtira deck that we played, how many did that have? It was 8 Kashtira starters and 9 Fiendsmith starters, so it was 17. So that had 93% in 42. That felt all right. And I still had multiple games throughout the YCS where I went first with only hand traps. Like 2 or 3 games. Just to put that into perspective. Even when your deck puts up numbers like 93.75%, it still happens in a long tournament that you pass without a play. And with like Ryzeal, it's the chances for that to happen are much bigger. So yeah. How would you include 2-card combos in the calculator to have an overall starter percentage? I mean, for this deck, I mean, you could just put a 2 here instead of the 5, and then you know the chance of drawing 2 is slightly over 50% if you play 13. Obviously, this does not factor in the chance that you draw 2 of the same, which often doesn't work because of once per turns. but for the most part, this is how you could do it. But like, it'll give you a rough idea, right? It'll give you a rough idea of how often you draw at least 2 Ryzeal cards. In hindsight, Small World is the same as 7th Tachyon. Both go -1, except Small World can search more hand traps. Wait, 7th Tachyon. You are technically correct. It's not completely unthinkable that this deck will use Small World. So this card, this is the card that people are using in this deck here, by the way, that we won't have. We do not have this card because it's going to be in the Maze set. I don't know, I forgot the name. Maze of something. Early 2025, like February or something. This card says, reveal a number in your extra deck that has a number between 101 and 107. Can special summon for the extra deck from the rest of the turn except exceeds. Add a monster with the same type and or attribute as the revealed monster and a level equal to its rank from your deck to your hand. Then place a card from your hands on the top of the deck. So you are right in the fact that this card is... Oh, it's March. Okay. But you are right in the fact that this card is a -1 Rhoda for this deck. Because what they do is they reveal this little... there's this Adignister rank 4 in here. Number 103, I think. Oh, no. Masquerade. Not the Ignister is not the one. It's Masquerade. Number 104. Which is a light rank 4. Which means you can search the Ryzeals with it. And yeah, so it is a Rhoda that goes -1, which is true. So Small World is not that different. I think Small World is just slightly more situational. But I do not think that it's unlikely that people will play some Small Worlds in this, right? The difference is where the bad card is. Is it? Do you need to play very specific bridges for Small World in this deck? I haven't actually looked into it. So you've got... this is a light monster. Effect Veiler would bridge into this one. Effect Veiler would also bridge into this one. Ash Blossom would bridge into this one. Ash Blossom also bridges into this one. Nibiru also bridges into this one. I don't think you have to play crazy things. Also, the Mole Charmies bridge into them as well, if you can. I feel like the bridges are not the problem for Small World. It is just that, I mean, like, it doesn't work with every single card. I think that is as simple as it is, right? Like, this card, you have to put any card from your hand to the deck, right? So you can, like, let's say you drew the Field Spell, or you drew Plugin, or you drew Cross, or you drew Plasma Hole, and you don't need it in your hand right now. You can put that one back. You can put that one back. You can keep your hand traps for when you get interrupted, or when you're going second, maybe you've used all your hand traps, and then you don't have a monster for Small World because you still have like Plasma Hole in your hand or something, right? So like, this card is way less situational because it works with every card in your deck. And Small World, you have to specifically hold a monster that you can bridge into a starter if you want to use it, and that can be a problem. So like, you have to see how often that actually comes up. That you want to use that card. But I do think that the cards are similar enough to the point where it's realistic that people will play Small World in this. So yeah. Could 3 Desires be counted as starters? Yeah, I mean, you can play this deck with Desires. I think it's not unlikely. As you can see, people in the OCG are playing this deck with Desires right now. I think it's a likely development that people will play Desires in this deck in the TCG as well, because literally it's all about opening one of those starters and then you're good to go. If you don't, then it kind of sucks. So like it could very well be a deck that plays Desires in the TCG. Could very well happen. Can't say for sure, but it could definitely happen. Look up 7th Ascension. Hold up. 7th Ascension. Take one card from your deck, either a Barian spell trap, rank up magic, or a 7th spell trap, and either add it to your hand or place it on top of your deck. If your opponent controls a monster special summon from the extra deck, you can banish this card from your graveyard and send a rank up, blah, blah, blah. You can only use 7th Ascension once per turn. Okay, what are you trying to tell me with this? Because this does not matter for us, while we don't have this card, which we do not. But yes, theoretically, if people in the OCG are this desperate for consistency, they could play that card to search the 7th Tachyon. Yes, they can. But we can't do that because we don't have the target for it. Maliss is the deck that is much more of a question mark in my head. Because unironically, I hope everyone understood the stuff that we just went through with Ryzeal. Because it literally is, it doesn't get much more straightforward for a combo deck or a one-card combo deck in 2024, literally. Like the deck is relatively straightforward. I think the deck will have its intricacies, like it's going to be a deck that in grind games, because this deck produces a lot of grind games, right? It doesn't make crazy end boards, and it hand traps and simplifies the game state. So like the Ryzeal deck is going to produce interesting game states, but like the initial idea of the deck, the initial combos of the deck are not too complicated. For Maliss, on the other hand, the deck is much more of a question mark in my head. So hold on, give me a second. Let me open some tabs and we read some of those Maliss cards. And we try to get an idea of what this deck is trying to do. Maybe we just use the OCG list as a like starting point. But I just want to get a rough idea of how this deck is trying to function. Maliss. Okay, card cluster is not loading right now. I guess I'll use a different site. Maliss. Okay, we can look at it here. Got that, got that, got that. They play all three of those. They play Maliss in Underground. They play the Maliss trap cards. The thing is, I have read these cards before, but it's been a while. And then we have some extra deck. Okay, let's remind myself what these Maliss cards did again. Maliss Dormouse. Maliss links that point to this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use each effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can banish a Maliss from your deck. Also, the Maliss will gain 600 attack this turn. If this card is banished, pay 300 life points, special summon this card. Also, you can't special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Link monsters. Okay, so this is their starter because all of the main deck Maliss monsters, and I think the Link monsters too, but they will trigger when banished to summon themselves. So you summon this, banish one from deck, and summon it back. And there's two other main deck monsters, which is White Rabbit, which is you take no battle damage from battles involving Maliss Link monsters. You can use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can set a Maliss trap from your deck. If this card is banished, pay 300 life points, special summon it. Also, you can't special summon it except Link monsters. Okay, so simple starter. I mean, this can also be a starter, but like simplest, best starter is probably Dormouse. Banish Rabbit from deck. Rabbit effect to summon itself. When it's summoned, set a Maliss trap from the deck. And then keep going with the trap cards, because I know you can activate the trap cards immediately. And then we have Maliss P. Chessy Cat. Any monster destroyed by a Maliss that points to this card is banished. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During your main phase, banish a Maliss card from your hand. Then you can draw 2 cards. If this card is banished, you can pay 300 to summon it. Okay, so this card is good if you have another Maliss in hand. It's a really good starter. But I have seen that this list, for example, only uses one of it because there's not that many Maliss monsters for it to banish, right? Like you don't have a insanely high chance to draw it with Dormouse or White Rabbit, and even if you do, you could still like just normal summon the White Rabbit or the Dormouse instead. But okay, this is like an Allure of Darkness for the deck. Do they play Allure, by the way? This one does not. I've seen some of them do it. Maliss in Underground. When this card is activated, you can banish a Maliss card from your hand, deck, or graveyard. While you have 3 or more banished Maliss traps with different names, Maliss Link monsters gain 3,000 attack. While you control any Maliss Link monsters, your opponent can only target those monsters for attacks. Okay, so this card is... I don't know how often you get the plus 3,000 attack bonus. I would guess not very often. Or only in games that you are already Omega winning. But this card is obviously just a starter, right? Because you just banish one of your Maliss from deck and summon it. So this card is starter and extender at the same time. Very good. Okay. And then you have the trap cards, the trap cards are actually quite cool in Maliss, I think. You can activate this card the turn it was set by banishing a face-up Maliss monster you control. This part of these cards, I think, is really, really cool because what this does is it creates a very, like, it creates a level of mind games with your opponent. Because if your opponent sets a card and then normal summons a Maliss monster, you're like, hey, can I Veiler that? Because if I Veiler it and they have a trap card face down, they can just activate it by banishing the monster. This one is special summon a Maliss from your deck, or if your opponent controls 3 or more cards, you can special summon a Maliss Link monster from your extra deck instead. Summoned monster cannot attack or activate its effects this turn. You can only activate 1 Maliss TB11 per turn. Then you have this one, MTP7. You can activate this card the turn it was set by banishing a face-up Maliss monster you control. Add a Maliss monster from your deck to your hand. Then if you control a Maliss Link monster, you can banish a card on the field. This card is both a solid searcher / extender and also interruption on the opponent's turn. And then you have GWC06. You can activate this card the turn it was set by banishing a face-up Maliss monster you control. Special summon a Maliss from your grave or banishment. Then if you control a Maliss Link monster, you can gain life points equal to the summoned monster's attack. So they do play all 3 of these as one-ofs at the moment in the OCG, in this list. So they play one of the summon from deck, one of the add and banish, and one of the summon from graveyard or banish. Yeah. And then there's also Maliss Link monsters, which is Red Ransom, Link 3. 2 monsters, 2+ monsters, including a Maliss monster. While this card points to a monster, switch the original attack and defense of all effect monsters your opponent controls. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Maliss spell from your deck to your hand. If this card is banished, you can pay 900. Special summon this card, then you can banish a Cybers from your deck. This card is very good for link climbing. Like, you summon this as a link 3. You can add the spell card. You link it off, banish it for a Bystial, it comes back, you banish Dotscaper from the deck or something. Like, it's very good. Then they've got White Binder. If this card is special, you can target up to 3 cards in any graveyards, banish them. During your main phase, you can set a Maliss trap from your deck or grave. If this card is banished, you can pay 900, special summon this card, and you can draw a card. This card is also really good. Like, bro, banish 3 cards in the graveyards, which can be an extension for yourself and disruption for the opponent. You set a trap card for free from your deck, and when it returns, you get to draw a card. Like, this card is very, very, very good. This card is even better than Red Ransom, I think. Like, this card is cracked, I think. Like, because if you look at this deck, you're like, okay, they're gonna summon White Binder on their first turn, right? And then they're going to set a trap card, and then they can banish this card on your opponent's turn somehow, right? Like, it can be, you can link it off, then you can banish it with a Bystial. You can leave it on the field and then maybe Shifter is active. So when your opponent runs over it, it can come back. Maybe it's a matter of you link it off with IP Masquerena under Shifter or something like that. You can even banish it with some of your own cards, right? You can even banish it with the one trap. Which one was it? This one, right? You can banish a card on the field. If you want to, you could banish your White Binder to summon it back and draw and banish 3 again, or you can just summon it back with the GWC, right? This one can also just reborn it. Yeah. And like, you don't have to banish your opponent's cards. You can like use the trap card to revive White Binder and then banish all of your own Maliss cards from the graveyard to bring them all back and get all of their effects again. So really powerful. Like White Binder, I think the best card probably. And then there's also Heart's Cryptor, which is also a link 3. Quick effect, target one of your banished Maliss cards, shuffle it into the deck, and if you do banish a card on the field, this affects activation and effect cannot be negated if this card points to a monster. If this card is banished, pay 900 life points, special summon this card, and if you do, its attack becomes doubled. You can only use each effect of Heart's Cryptor once per turn. This is also just another solid end board piece. I think it's the weakest one though. Like, you still play it because it's a good card to end on. Like, it is a good card. But I do think White Binder is the real deal. So yeah, this is basically, I mean, essentially, as long as you understand those cards, you do kind of understand how Maliss flows, right? Like, they do play just the Maliss cards with some generic cyber support, right? Like, you've got literally, this deck is non-engine, Maliss cards, and then you play like a Dotscaper, I assume, because you can just banish it from the deck or graveyard to summon an extra Cyber's body. You play Code of Soul, which, hold up, Code of Soul. If you control a link, you can special summon this card from your hand during your main phase. Yeah, that's not relevant. During your opponent's main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, link summon a link through yours. Okay, this is why. Yeah, okay, you can link summon on your opponent's turn, which is crazy. Yeah. Okay, you send it from deck to graveyard with like Terahertz or something, and then you can link summon on the opponent's turn. Very good. Okay. Yeah. Unironically, when I saw the Maliss cards for the first time, I did think they looked cool. I obviously cannot help but realize that this is just another Cyber's link climb pile now at this point. That also kind of works under Shifter. I've seen versions of this deck that play Shifter themselves, like this one on the screen right now. I've also seen versions of the deck that don't play Shifter, because the Maliss cards work under Shifter, but at the same time, you still, I mean, for Splash Mage and all that kind of stuff, and Link Decoder and whatever, when Terahertz, all that kind of stuff, you still want your graveyard. So yeah. Apo not being here hurts a lot. This is a thing that I'm struggling to see right now. Maybe you guys can tell me, but how exactly does this deck really deal with Nibiru without being able to threaten Appaloosa? You have to, okay, you have to hold your cards and you have to set traps. Okay. You hold extenders, you make a board, and then if you get nibbed, you leave some resources in the extra deck. Okay. I guess it seems like the kind of deck that if you draw a starter and an extender, you could realistically just try to play with your starter and not use your extender at all. If your opponent doesn't have nib, your board is still good. If your opponent nibs you at some point, then you can still maybe do something with your extender. I don't know. This is something that I still have to like wait and see. This deck seems, to me in my head, I understand the concept, but it is way more like difficult for me to grasp exactly how how this deck is going to play out, how this deck is going to interact with hand traps, how this deck's end boards are always going to look, maybe if there's certain choke points, or if you just try to hand trap this deck as early as possible, right? But like, maybe we can walk through a simple, I won't look for all the, I don't have all the cards here from the extra deck. I have the Maliss cards, but I guess, hold up. Let me see. We can do that. Hold up. Let me, so there's Cryptor. Let me just do like a, if there is a standard 1-card combo, let's just see. Cheshire Cat, Dormouse, Maliss in Underground, 1 trap, 2 trap, 3 traps. Okay. And then the cool thing is, all I have to do from my other pile is just get the pile of link monsters, and then we can find all the cards. Give me a second. It actually helps so much with this that I actually have all my stuff sorted now. It's actually so much quicker if I look for certain cards. Okay. So, why don't we go through like a standard Maliss, try to figure out a standard Maliss combo or what the deck could do. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but if anyone knows how these combos work, feel free to say it. But like, you would probably start with Dormouse, which banishes 1 from the deck, which would probably be White Rabbit, right? And then White Rabbit summons itself back, and you get a trap card. In which case, which trap card would be the best? It would probably be the one that summons a Maliss from the deck, I would guess, which is this one, right? So you set TB11. Do you then link, or do you just go activate TB11 by banishing Dormouse? Oh, you make Haggard Lizardos. Oh, that's a crazy card. Okay, for this deck, that seems good. Yeah, do I have a Haggard Lizardos here real quick? I know I have one. I just don't know if it's in here or if it's in the pile of cards I brought to Bologna. There it is. You make Haggard Lizardos, which says, okay. You banish, it can banish from graveyard. Okay, so you banish Dormouse from grave, draw a card with Haggard Lizardos, and then Dormouse summons itself back. Because we haven't done that yet. And then what? Do you just go, do you literally just go, oh, you don't draw? Oh, because it's not a reptile. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you don't draw. Okay. But you just, it's just link climbing, but in a different flavor. Okay, I get it. Okay, so you banish Dormouse for Lizardos, it comes back, you don't draw. And then you make Red Ransom. And Red Ransom will let you add a Maliss spell from the deck to the hand. So you do add Maliss in Underground. So Maliss in Underground, you then activate to banish a Maliss card from hand, deck, or graveyard, which I assume you banish the cat. Or you hold it. Okay, you hold it. Okay, we hold it. We activate the trap card to banish Red Ransom and summon Cheshire Cat. Okay. And then Red Ransom is going to return. And if we have a duplicate Maliss card in hand, we can banish it for Cheshire Cat. Does it have to be a monster or a spell? Or can it be a spell? Banish a Maliss card from your hand. Okay, so if you have any duplicate Maliss cards in your hand, you can banish it with the Cheshire Cat here. Right? It's not on summon. Oh, it can't activate because TB11. Okay, we don't do it yet. All right. And then what does this banish? Is this where you get Dawntscaper? I don't have a Dawntscaper with me right now. We'll just put a face down monster. So this is Dotscaper. Can you use both Dotscaper effects in the same turn? No, just one per turn. Okay, can't get the other one. So we are here. We still have Maliss and Underground in hand. We make Link Decoder. I think I have a Link Decoder. I hope. I do. And is this terahertz already? Is terahertz 5 or 6? Do I have terahertz? I don't have terahertz. We make Whitebinder. Oh, because they're 2300. I didn't even realize. Okay, yeah, no, they're 2300. Holy shit. Okay. So we make Whitebinder, and then this comes back because it just has to be. Yeah, okay. Fake Cybers fan, dude. Don't ever call me that again. And then Whitebinder, you can banish stuff from the graveyard, which I'm not sure if there's a reason to banish any of this yet, because they've all... Have we used Cat yet? No, we just summoned it from the deck. We can banish Cat. And we banish the Trap just because we might get all 3 banished at some point, or is there an actual reason to it? Okay, and then the Cat comes back. And now, because it's not summoned by TB11, now we can use its effect to draw 2 cards if we want to, if we have a duplicate in hand, right? Okay. And then we can use Whitebinder to set a trap card, right? Yeah, we can set a trap card, which at this point is going to be one of those 2. Might just be MTP. Do we plan to use this on this turn, or do we plan to just keep it here? Set GWC, okay. And now? We set MTP with Rabbit next turn. Ooh, we can summon the Rabbit back on their turn, I guess. Because when we summon Whitebinder with the trap card, we can use Whitebinder to banish our Rabbit, and then Rabbit can set MTP, and then we can use MTP right away by banishing one of them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see where this is going. And this just makes terahertz. Okay, I don't have a terahertz. I don't have a terahertz, but I get it. Okay. Cryptor, not Terra. Okay, this is where the information in the chat varies. But you can also make Cryptor here, which is Cryptor is quick effect, target a banished Maliss card and shuffle it into the deck. So that's why we banished the trap card, so we can recycle it. Okay, I get it. Okay. It's usually terahertz. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Like I said, I don't want to argue about what the most perfect line is. I just want to understand kind of like what this deck is trying to do. I do see where this is going. And I can already say, I think I'm going to be a bigger fan of Ryzeal than Maliss. But we'll see. If Nibiru keeps this deck in check, which it might do that, it might also not. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it seems powerful though. Like I want to make that very clear. Only because I'm not a huge fan of Cyberse piles and link climbing does not mean I think it's bad. I think this is this looks very powerful, and it looks like it's got a chance to be very good. It also looks like it's much worse into Fuvalos. because you are trying to link spam, right? Like, what is your plan under Fuvolos? I guess you do not summon them. The main deck monster, you don't summon them directly from the deck in some instances because you banish them first and then summon them from banished. So it's not like the end of the world into Fuvolos in that case. But yeah. The Fuvolos still seems good against it because you will have to skip on some major parts of your setup. Cryptor passes one draw. Cryptor passes one draw. Like, yeah, it seems like, for example, you go Dormouse, Banish Rabbit, Summon Rabbit, set. No, it's not one draw, right? If we do the standard line that we just did, like, if you go into the... How did we do it? Lizardos here. Where did I put the Lizardos, dude? I lost it. Oh, there it is. You go Lizardos, you banish Dormouse, it comes back. I guess when would they Fuvolos you? Would they Fuvolos you right away? Because if they Fuvolos you right away, nah, it's definitely more than one draw though, right? Yeah, you would do it. You would do a different thing under Fuvolos for sure. This is not it. Just chain the trap. I mean, they wouldn't Fuvolos you after you set the trap out of nowhere. They would definitely not Fuvolos right there. They would either Fuvolos you before the thing hits the field, or they would Fuvolos you in draw phase or something. They wouldn't just do Fuvolos when you set the trap card. But yeah, maybe there are lines for this deck under Fuvolos. One reason, I've been talking to some people on their opinions regarding Maliss versus Ryzeal for the upcoming format. And I want to say two things. The first thing is, I think our situation is going to be different in the first way that Maliss and Ryzeal for us are not as standalone as they are in the OCG. Because in the OCG, the other decks have quite literally been murdered in comparison to our format. Like the Snake Eye situation, even Duel is comparatively so much weaker than it is in the OCG. Tenpai is so much weaker than it is in the OCG. And I'm gonna be honest with you, even though Detonator is a good card against Tenpai, the Ryzeal board I think Tenpai can cook it. Like, I don't think, like, it's tough depending on how it exactly works. But like, if Ryzeal is very popular, I think Tenpai can play very specific board breakers that are good against it. So like, there is more competition for both Ryzeal and Maliss in the TCG. Tenpai is better, Snake Eye is better, Fiendsmith is stronger, Duel is stronger, all that, right? All those things being said, the concept of Ryzeal is still very good, and Maliss is also still a very good deck. So both of those decks, I think, have a very solid chance of being good decks. If not, even one of them could be the best deck in the format, I think. I think it's a possibility that one of these decks is going to be the best deck in the format, but I'm not entirely sure which of the two it could be. Because obviously for Ryzeal, for Maliss, there's an advantage, which is that this deck is terrible into Max C, and we don't have Max C, so they only have to worry about Fuvolos. Whereas Max C, I think for Ryzeal, even though the deck special summons a decent amount, like, it's probably not as bad as it is for other decks. The other thing I wanted to say is that one major point that people have been making, that I was talking to, and something that I was also thinking about, is the fact that for both of these decks, there exists a card that is very, very, very good against them. And for Maliss, that card is Artifact Lancia. And for Ryzeal, that card is Dimensional Barrier. which are both incredibly powerful for against these respective decks. And this is a problem if you are trying to play one of these decks and you are losing to one of those cards and they're like really, really good and people are aware of that and so on and so forth, right? And here's the thing, here's the difference, I think, between those two cards and between those two situations is that Artifact Lancia works both going first and second, whereas Dimensional Barrier typically is way more effective when your opponent is going first. So like, if you're playing Maliss, if you're going through a tournament and most of your opponents are playing Lancia, you're going to get Lancia way more often than Ryzeal will get debarriered, because debarrier like most likely will only happen when you go second. And Lancia will happen all the time. Lancia happens when you go first. Lancia happens when you go second. Like, you hand trap your opponent, then they Lancia you and you still lose, all that kind of stuff, right? So like, I think Lancia is a bigger weakness to have than debarrier, which sounds weird because debarrier is a crazy good card and it still is a weakness for the deck. But I think if you compare those two weaknesses with each other, I think having a weakness to, I would rather have a weakness to a trap card than a weakness to a hand trap, if that makes sense, right? Like, I think that's the best way to put it, is it's a much bigger weakness to have if you're losing to Lancia. Thoughts on crossout for debarrier and going second, or are there better options? As far as I'm aware, I don't think there is a better option than to cross it out. I think you could do that. I hate doing that. I'll be honest with you. I hate playing crossout for like cards like Shifter or debarrier. I know it's correct sometimes to do that. I've never done it in a tournament deck, I think. Like, played crossout with a brick for going second, because I just despise the idea of siding a brick into my deck when I'm going second. Yeah. Some Ryzeal players have been playing voiceless with Ryzeal, partly because of debarrier. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that's going to be the best solution. At this point, just accept that sometimes against debarrier you're gonna get turn skipped. I think it's just how it's gonna be. Does it matter that you can't Lancia's hand effect on your own turn? I mean, yeah, it matters. Like, it'll matter whenever you go second and you draw it for turn or something, and then you're gonna be like, damn, I wish I had this last turn. It just means that Lancia is not completely broken against Maliss. Well, okay. We will try to find out more about Maliss and Ryzeal in the upcoming days. We will have a little bit of a testing session tomorrow, if I can make it work, if I can find people to play with. I'll probably post about it on my Discord later. I'll probably be looking for someone playing Snake Eye, someone playing Yubel, someone playing Centurion, those kind of decks, right? Like some of the meta decks at the moment, so we can see how the deck fares into those, and we can maybe get an idea of how good it's going to be. So that might happen tomorrow if I can find some people to play with. For now, let's move on from the TCG into a little bit of Master Duel yapping as well, because there's a couple of things that I also missed in that regard. I have already tweeted about this because this happened a couple of days ago, but I guess quickly I wanted to voice my thoughts a little bit better because I just wrote like one sentence to it in on Twitter. Regarding the next Master Duel Forbidden and Limited list update. So these are the changes. I'm sure most of you have already seen it. Pot of Prosperity is forbidden. Dimension Shifters, Snow, and Gamma are limited. Lightning Storm is semi-limited. Trickstar Light Stage and Chronograph Sorcerer are unlimited. I want to just summarize my thoughts real quick on these because like these news are a couple of days old. They are still not in effect though. They will happen in like a week or something. I personally think these changes are good. I am especially happy about Cyframe Gear Gamma. I am genuinely, I was so annoyed whenever I got Gamma. I think Shifter to 1 is also a very good hit, even though I hear everyone saying like Shifter should be banned. Yes, it should be, but 1 Shifter is better than 2, so take it. All right, I'll take it. I'm coming from a TCG format where Shifter is at 3, so I'm telling you, 1 Shifter is a big improvement. And that is good. Pot of Prosperity, unironically, is one of the best standalone Yu-Gi-Oh cards printed in recent years, so I am actually on board with banning it. I don't hate it. I didn't really have an issue with 1 Prosperity, but I think at this point, like, whenever my opponent activates Pot of Prosperity, I'm like, okay, sick. My opponent is just gonna be able to add the perfect card for the situation from their deck to their hand with like very high likelihood, and I just don't like that. So I am on board with that decision. I think it's okay. I think it's understandable. There's a few things to be said about this. I think generally in Master Duel at the moment, the only deck that can be considered a lot more powerful than other decks is Tenpai. And while there are no direct hits to Tenpai on this list, I want to say a few things about that. Like, Tenpai was not really expected to see specific hits like Chundra or the Field Spell or something yet, because the deck is still in the what's it called? What's the selection pack? Like the Tenpai selection pack is still there, right? So they decided to just hit some of the most powerful staple cards that people use in Tenpai. Pot of Prosperity going from 1 to 0 is a consistency hit to Tenpai. Shifter going from 2 to 1 is a hit to Tenpai. Lightning Storm going from 3 to 2 is a hit to Tenpai. And also a lot of Tenpais have been using Gamma. So this does change Tenpai. It loses some consistency because Prosperity was an insane card in that deck. Lightning Storm was really good. Shifter was really good. And Gamma was really good. So yes, they did not hit Tenpai directly, which is a little bit of a bummer. At the same time, they still did hit some of the best non-Tenpai cards that they play in Tenpai. So I think it's okay, this list. I think it's fine. I'm fine with it. I do think with Fiendsmith on the horizon, at some point, I don't know when we get the Fiendsmith, but at some point we will. I'm still scared of what Yubel can do. Like, I still want to see Yubel hits before the Fiendsmith stuff happens. Which I'm not sure how realistic it is, but I would still wish for that. And I still think at some point they're gonna have to do one more Snake Eye hit. Just one more. You know, like, Snake Eye is not super popular right now. It's also not super oppressive, but I still think, like, there should be something done about how much these one-card combos do in Yubel and Snake Eyes. And then the other thing, in my opinion, Snow to 1 is kind of dumb. Like, yeah, some people are playing 2, but for the most part, that card should be banned. We do not talk about it. Like, we don't have to discuss, right? Like, Fairy Tail Snow to 1 is definitely the most it's definitely the weirdest hit on this list, because a lot of decks just play 1 anyways. So yeah. All right. That was a lot of yapping. And now we have about an hour, actually maybe a little less, until we do the podcast with Mr. Farfa, where we're going to do some even more yapping. So I actually just want to play some Yu-Gi-Oh right now. That's what I want to do, because I haven't been playing Master Duel for a while. We're going to be joined by Farfa in a bit. Okay, the music is on. I need to turn that off. Wait, what was that? Was there a notification about a time travel event? Hold up. What was that? Oh. Oh yeah, we're streaming this weekend. Yes, we are streaming this weekend. Time Travel 2014. This is an event in which you can compete only with OCG cards released up until June 21st, 2014. So OCG means, as you guys are pointing out, it means there's not going to be Burning Abyss cards because those were TCG exclusives. So what is this? Is this like Shaddoll, Tellar? Ooh. What was the other deck that they played? Clownblade? Is Clownblade here? Or is Clownblade 2015? Dragon Ruler? They still played Dragon Ruler in 2014 in the OCG, June 21st? What was their ban list like? Nah, I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm looking forward to this. Okay, that's cool. Okay, yeah, sick. Okay. New Duel Pass that I cannot afford. Cool. I should probably get some of these gems from the festival because I have very much done nothing. It's the last day of the EX0 event. And I actually heard that people said this event was very fun. So maybe we can play like an hour or something. I kind of want this. I kind of want this. What was the what's like a cool deck I can play in this event? What's fun? What did you guys play? Okay, I'm getting a lot of different answers. Vanquish Soul without links. Vanquish Soul without the thing. What's the ban list like? I'm sure Maxi is banned because they do know this card is not fun. Bystial Control. Ooh, wait. Okay, talk to me. Bystial. Seyfert maybe? There's only one Imseti, that's kind of cringe. Baldrake is a Blue Eyes. That's fair enough. Maybe we only play one Baldrake. Is there hand traps at all? Ash Blossom is here. It's probably good. Imperm. Cosmic Cyclone is very good. Oh yeah, we need like lights and darks. Baylor. Is Ghost Ogre good? We'll find out. Chaos Space. ED Crow. Maybe we don't need imperm. Everyone is playing Yubel in this event. Okay, so the Ghost Ogre should be good then. Problem with Seyfert is that unless we have, I mean, what do we even send for Seyfert? Because we don't have, I guess we could play Call of Serpent, but is Call of Serpent even good? Like Wyver Burster? Duster, Heavy Storm. Do people play a lot of back row? Chaos Creator. What does that do? You can play one Chaos Creator. Chaos Emperor. Okay. Let us cook. Is Chaos Emperor Dragon cheating because it will give me a card in my extra deck? Yeah, set more. Okay. Give me Lubellion! Alright. No. We work for our +1s. We've got time. This does nothing. It still dies. Magic Cylinder? Okay. Unironically, play Armageddonite. Unironically, I think you're onto something. Because if I have Armageddonite, I can send Serenir, and that can send Lubellion, and then any Bystial. Yeah, no, this is not a bad idea, actually. Cannot be destroyed by monster effect? Yeah, I have Cosmic Cyclone. Luke, thank you for the 25 for the raid. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, I'll wait one turn. I'll wait one turn. I won't crow and summon a Bystial now. Okay, now it's time. I was gonna get that for free. I mean, I don't actually have to send Lubellion now. I could just send Magnamut so that I can revive it regained. Yeah, I guess now yeah. Is Heart of the Cast dead? No, we're doing another episode today. It's just been on a break because we've been very busy. Do they have multiple copies of Stronghold, the Hidden Fortress? I don't care. I still attack. Yes. Fine. We are Bystialing and we are controlling. And we are regaining and we're beasting. Very nice. All right. Menacing. Oh! So this is dangerous. Do they play the big guy? No. Okay. Yeah, that's what I remembered it for. For in Duel Links, they played this like years ago, and it was really good. Okay. Okay, we can definitely improve this deck. We need more starters. Like Armageddon Knight, I think was a good idea. If people play a lot of back row removal, we might also want to play a second branded beast. Okay, Druid Swarm is the only one I have left. I should have Druid Swarm first. Okay. Let's put Baldrake back into the deck. Just play Ravine so you have value every turn. I mean, what kind of value though? I don't want to discard that often. Seyfert gets back Lubellion, so you get an extra Bystial. Like, you want to Ravine for Seyfert every turn? Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. I am playing Chaos Space, yeah. Silver Gadget. What is this? ABC? Okay, so they float into Gadget Trio. Is that literally the game plan with this card? Just to crash? I think I underestimated how slow this format is going to be. Which is not a negative, by the way. I think that's very cool. Oh. I'll take the Stark off the field now. I should have done that before. I didn't know they had extenders that worked like that. Yubel, Bystial, or Horus is one of the strongest choices for the format, but Yubel mirrors in no EX are so horrible. You don't have to specify in no EX. Yubel mirrors are terrible everywhere. This. I don't know. Banish that. Summon that. Regained. And oh. Okay, I am officially reporting I'm having a good time right now. Last day. Yeah, it's the last day for this event. We're just going to try to get as many points as possible. I haven't watched Arcane Season 2 yet. I'm still I've watched 6 episodes. We still need to watch the last 3. Why do it this way? It doesn't float on send. Yeah, but the gadget does on destruction. I don't have 3 regains. I'm not going to play 3 regains. I want to play Ravine. I only have 1, but I'm not going to craft more. I also only have 1 Armageddon Knight. But you know what? That's okay. What was okay? That I will choose to ignore that. It's yeah. Hello, please. We're being sniped again. It's happening again. This is gonna take a while, I think. Ha! I have regained and you don't.
Thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate you. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to live with a mid ban list now. Not as much of a banger one as last year. No! Ah, come on. I made fun of you for not having access. Okay, well. It's fine. It'll return. It will return. At some point. Dawn Mind Freak, thank you for the 25. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I've got new emotes in the work and new sub badges, but I'm not sure how long it's going to take. But we'll probably get it done throughout Christmas season. Okay. Ooh. Thank you for the $4. I have not seen it. No, I mean, I can imagine. I can imagine what Jesse's reaction was. Do you have a clip? But I mean, it's probably just he's probably just mad at Snow, right? Because I know he spent like infinite on who Snows. They're trying to out Bystial me. Me! Can you believe it? I cannot believe it. Have you recorded the domain format with Card Market already? I have. Yes. I'm not going to spoil the results, but that has been recorded. Yeah. No, my food. Oh, God. Is that flu? It's flu. Oh, God. Well, that Armageddonite is insane. Insane. Oh. What does that mean? Oh, no. Oh, not a Keldo. Okay. That's a problem. Wait, they left Chaos Space? Okay. No, not another one. Uh, if I Baylor the Vera, then the Guru can flip itself face down and then reflip. And then they can search Fiendus. Oh god, this is so cringe. It's so cringe. Okay.
Do I die? I think I'm dead. $2,400. Attack here. Fourth. No, not quite. Not quite. Okay, they negate Magna. Interesting. Okay, we need to draw a live card here. Then I think it's doable. That is a very live card. That's very good. Okay. Activate Ravine. Sadly, nothing here, unless I can't banish my Lubellion, but nothing else can be banished, like brought back with Chaos Space. Okay. If I send Guru, it would the Fiendus would just bring it back. I guess if I attack, I should have attacked the Fiend. It would have been 100 damage if I attacked the Vera. Oof. They draw another Vernusylph monster here, we just die, right? Because they bring the Vera just right back. But in that case, we die whether it's Beast or Regained. It doesn't matter. Because if we tribute our Lubellion, like, we die anyways. We need to live through this turn, and then we can potentially make a comeback.
What the hell is that? Regained revive Druis, you still die? Yeah, because the Vera just takes control of my monster. Aha. Can I play Yu-Gi-Oh? Just a little bit. Come on. Thank you. Alright, apparently not with my hand. I don't think Levianir should be here. It takes way too long for my deck to get that going. Oh my god, what is this? True Draco. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Why is my hand so unbearably ass, dude? Oh, man. Ooh, okay. We are so back, everybody. Never mind, we lost. All right, a Bystial, please. That's a Bystial. So dumb, man. It's so dumb. Oh, that strike was so annoying. I just need to wait for my headphones to charge a little bit. Okay, it's no problem. End phase. Good talk. Bro, you are the most annoying. Dude, I drew all 3 ashes and they drew 2. 5 out of 6 ashes.
All right, what is it? Perform your tribute summon. Rico Phoenix for that. Okay. 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 We can do one more. Sparfa needs to charge his headphones. Oh no, he just called. I lied. Hold up. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? How you doing?
You can probably go again. I'm just looking for some cards right now before locals.
Okay, I'll go again.
So I need them to charge anyway, because I don't want the echo to happen during it.
What are you playing at locals?
Retro Beast. It's the only
Okay.
thing I do know how to play in TCG. Yo, I found a Baguska. By the way, I just had a crazy jump scare. Prosperity's at 1, dude.
In the TCG?
Yeah.
And you thought it was at what?
3.
You thought it was at 3?
When did that happen?
Wait, when did that happen?
See?
Like
Master
half a year ago or something?
No way, that long ago?
I think so.
Oh.
Never mind, it was
Well-
last Banlist, I lied.
Oh right, yeah. So it must have been recent. Okay, cool. See, I don't play the mini game. I just play the main game of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Which is Master Duel.
Master Duel, yeah.
Yeah.
What, do you guys play the mini game? Damn. There's no EX0 in IRL. Well, I guess there is. You have to just like ask people if they want to. But who the fuck's gonna want to do that? What are you playing? You're playing Extra Deckless Dragon. Like.
Yes.
Based. Oh no, chat. Bad news. I just found my dimension shifter. Feel very sorry for whoever has to play against. Wait, is Lightning Storm at 2?
Yes.
Okay. Do you play Nightmares in Retro Beast?
I don't think so, no. I don't think they have room for any nightmares.
Do you play Dante?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Okay, nice. Do you play Zeus unironically?
No.
Damn, no Talons take. What if I just take BA again? I think what it is like I took BA and I went like 0-4. I didn't win a single game, like not like a game.
Yeah, no,
And
I
I
can
just-
believe it. You don't have to like emphasize on it.
And then I just didn't go to locals for like 4 months. Just permanently scarred. Congrats on your top, by the way. What did you lose to? Did you get like
I got
Senpai Descendant?
no, I got snake oiled.
Snack oiled? What was that like? Doesn't your deck beat that?
It should have, yeah, but
Did you break? Did you get unlucky?
no, my hand was fine. It was just mostly theirs was cracked, which happens.
Yeah. My face when my opponent draw good cards. Am I right, chat? Wait, did Josh do meme review? Sorry, what? Is this your content now?
No, I've done it once, like months ago, and then I've never gone back.
That was my favorite Josh video ever. Wait, well, it wasn't a video, but segment. You should do one. Like, make it weekly. Make it a
I watch
sub
yours. I think they're fun.
Do you? You
Yeah,
watch
I do.
that shit?
I do.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm just gonna wing it. Wait, Shifter's definitely at 3, right?
Shifter is definitely at 3, yes.
Okay, well, I guess I'm playing 2, because sometimes. Oh, man. I said I would sort my card collection 6 months ago, by the way. It's actually insane.
Yeah, I have done it, but like you have to do it again like a couple weeks later because it all goes out of order anyways.
Well, not if you're organized. Like if you organize it properly once, like in theory, you just put things back like where
Yes.
you get them.
Yes.
But yes. All right, fuck it, whatever. This is enough. Let's see if this has enough battery now. Playing a 2-of, someone called Jesse. Wait, does Jesse hate 2-ofs as well? Alright, let's see.
What am I playing against?
Testing.
I can hear you.
Okay, great, awesome. Okay, I'm ready to go whenever, so...
Yeah, I'm ready to go soon.
Oh, maybe I should take my free-to-play Labyrinth deck to locals. Why did Yugioh play Ash? I feel like... I'm looking at his deck list. He played...
What, Ash Blossom?
Yeah, he played like board breakers, but then Ash Shifter as hand traps.
I think it's because of Fool Loss.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because that card is good against Ritual Beast.
God, it's gonna be like Master Duel now. Like people are gonna drop Fool Loss on me, and I'm gonna like sit there.
Yeah, but the difference is you chose to play a deck that loses to it, because there are decks that don't.
Nah, I'm playing a mid-range version of Ritual Beast. I end on Baguska and back row.
Okay, and you only summon from the extra deck 12 times instead of 14.
I don't think you need to summon that much to make Baguska.
No, that was an exaggeration.
Yeah. Wait, did he play E-Telly? Yeah, 3 E-Telly. Fuck, I hope I have that card. Oh, Jordan's in chat. Hey, Jordan, you got any cards, bro?
Are you borrowing cards from my Twitch chat now?
Did
Yo,
you,
chat, anyone got an emergency teleport for my friend Farva?
Did you deck build with Jordan at all this event?
I met him on Friday and he just told me what he was playing, but no.
Yeah, it really shows. Fucking Mermel. By the way, the Julius Schwarzkopf lore, like swapping off of plants for Mermel. I don't know how I feel about that. Like I wasn't ready for this. Like I don't know. I think that he this is not the direction I wanted the show to go, but I guess the producers have different ideas.
I mean, it's just the same deck but in blue.
Less bricks as well, apparently. Does Mermel have garnets?
I mean, I guess you can consider like infantry or Abyss Pike.
But they're like fine to draw going. Wait, Pike's a garnet? That's crazy.
I mean, no, you can play with it, but it's just like not the one you want to summon.
Oh, do they like? Does the combo like special it or something? Oh, Milon Glacia, yeah.
No,
oh, I hope they ban that card.
They call it can't for 3 Abyss Pikes.
Wait, is that like standard?
Yeah.
Wait, so how is it a guard if you play 3?
Well, it's 3 garnets.
Jesus. Leave Mulan alone? There's no way anyone thinks Mulan is fair. Holy shit. Yeah, we should do, so I think that this lines up nicely. We'll do a YCS thing today, and then we'll do a ban list prediction thing next week or something. For
yeah, when do we think we get one?
Let's look at the spreadsheet.
So I was wondering, because I don't think it's going to be before Anaheim.
So last year we got one in June, then September, and then not until the 1st of January.
I could see that.
In 2022, we got a ban list on the 1st of December. And in 2021, we got a ban list in October, but then didn't get one till February. That was a long one. What the hell? So I don't know. Probably. When is Anaheim? Is it next weekend?
Yeah, I'm
7
yeah.
8?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess like it would be cool if we got one before Christmas, maybe to go live for the new year.
I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with like Anaheim being under this format plus crossover breakers, and then
Oh, is that
1st of
legal?
January.
Oh, that's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, we can talk about that once you send me a link and I join and we record Smile.
Yes, I am now done. Hold up. Close Master Duel.
Are you live tomorrow?
Yes. Are you?
Oh, yeah. It's
Why you sound so disappointed?
No, it's just it's my suspicious voice because tomorrow is Duel's Alliance Day. Well,
What does that
OCG
mean?
Duel's Alliance Day, sadly. They're the duel trials tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I read about that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we get to play Shadol and 4 different variants of Shadol and Telenite because OCG aren't based and didn't print BA.
Well, my chat said that people also played Dragon Ruler at that time. I don't know if it's true or not.
Dragon Ruler during Shadol format?
I don't know. I mean, we had Dragon Ruler a little bit in 2014, right?
Yeah, Mythic Ruler. I mean, not really. Definitely not after Shadol was released, right? Because
no,
we had. Was Shadol ever legal with 3 Soul Charge? They were, right?
Yeah, I want to say yes.
I think it was one format. Shadol was legal with 3 Soul Charge, so maybe it was viable. It is OCG. Yes, I know. Hence the reason I mentioned there's no Burning Abyss. Which deck was the best at abusing 3 Soul Charge? Probably Dragon Rulers. They had a lot of draw power. You had Cards of Consonance. You had Trade-In. Sylvan was also pretty good, but Sylvan had draw power as well. They had Charity. And does that rank 7 do that shit as well? Infernity, yeah. I mean, what deck doesn't benefit from a Limitless Reborn, you know?
I didn't play Soul Charge, I think, in my Shadol deck.
Yeah, but you played like a control Shadol list. It was very sad, Josh.
I liked it.
Oh, yeah. You want a YCS with it. How many traps were there?
In my deck?
Yeah.
Like 9 or something. Well, it was like 3 Shadow Games. No, it was more than 9. It was definitely more than 9. It was 3 Shadow Games, 3 Sanctum, 3 Emptiness, Warning, Shadol Core, 11? Maybe Torrential?
You just had like Mourning in the main Torrential in Shadol format. That sounds terrible.
But then maybe not. Solemn Warning was definitely there.
Yo, just Fusion. Warning their Shadol Fusion.
Yeah.
True. See you guys then. Take care. And make sure to follow us on the various forms of social media. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Bye.
All right, time to beat the traffic and buy sleeves before round 1. Bye, everyone.
Have fun. Bye. All right. You guys. It was a fun day. It was a long day. New product announcement, if you want to go over it real quick. Quarter century stampede. Bro, quarter century celebration. 25th anniversary. It's gonna last 25 years.
it is going to last 25 years. 25th anniversary celebration is going to last a quarter of a century. It's not going to stop. Quarter Century Stampede. Quarter Century Stampede will be your last chance to get some of your all-time favorite cards as Quarter Century Secret Rares before the spectacular shining rarity is gone forever. Oh. Uh-oh. Last call for Quarter Century Secret Rares. Coming in April, Quarter Century Stampede will be your last chance to get some of it. Oh, that's the same text as up there. Okay. This direct successor to Quarter Century Bonanza uses its same set and pack configuration, including a core set of more than 80 tournament level cards, another massive 200 card Nostalgia reprint pool, and a guaranteed luxury secret rare per pack. This time, the Nostalgia pool includes picks from our recent online poll asking duelists which cards they want to see as a Quarter Century secret rare. Okay. You know, as much fun as I'm making of Quarter Century right now, I thought Rarity Collection 1, Rarity Collection 2, and Quarter Century Bonanza were all amazing sets for the accessibility of the game, for reprints, and for like having access to all kinds of different useful cards in different rarities. So I think we can make this quick. I think this set is going to be nice. I think all of the Rarity Collections were nice. I think Bonanza was really nice. As far as the cards they will put into this, I mean, it's still a couple of months ago until this, like April. So until April, I don't know what kind of reprints could be feasible up until this point. I mean, I can definitely say that there was nostalgia cards that were missing in Bonanza, like Trap Dust Shoot, Royal Oppression. What else was there? Amaryllis, that kind of stuff. Like, I'm hoping that those kind of cards definitely make it into this set. I'm not sure how many meta-relevant staples they will realistically reprint at this point. You know, like, I don't know, Dominus Purge, Dominus Impulse, Fuvalos, Purulia, obviously, are all cards that would be nice if they got a reprint. But at this point, look, it's 5 months from now almost, so there's not really a point to guess what's going to be in there. We're just going to have to wait and see. I think it's possible that there's going to be some valuable reprints in there that are definitely going to be necessary by April. So, I mean, hey, as funny as it is that Quarter Century Secret Rares get another set in 5 months, which is like over 2 years into Quarter Century celebration, whatever. But I think it's going to be a good set. I think it's going to be a good set. All right. You guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the little bit of a longer one as well. I will be back with you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all of your amazing support as always together when I come back from a longer trip or anything like that. It's always an amazing amount of support. I will send you guys over to Mr. Nesh today, who's streaming right now. So say hi to Nesh, and you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye. Peace. Thanks for watching.